member states and partners from public and private sectors to engage in constructive discussion, identify potential tangible projects, and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. There will be 3 sub-themes that will be discussed at this forum. First one will be green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. The second one will be sustainable and innovative financing. And our third, digital transformation and creative economy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a brief first session that will be delivered by the Assistant Director of Analysis and Monitoring on Finance and Socioeconomic Issues Division on the ASEAN Secretariat, with the main topic, ASEAN Pathway to Carbon Neutral. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much, Madam
Germany, and good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here this morning, and I wish that I could be able to share some insights and a quick introduction to ASEAN's pathway towards carbon neutrality.
So on Sunday last week, ASEAN adopted the strategy for carbon neutrality, which marked the beginning of an exciting and critical pathway for the region's journey towards carbon neutral future. Why I say it's exciting? Because the region's transition towards carbon neutrality is expected to unlock tremendous economic benefits for the region. Based on our estimation, green transition, if I can have the next slide, please.
Based on our estimation, in coming up or in developing the strategy, the transition would add up to $1 trillion to ASEAN GDP and bring in up to $1 trillion of green investment to the region, and it can create up to 12 million jobs by 2030. And if we extend the projection to 2050, the number will be even more impressive, as it will add up to 5.3 trillion value add to ASEAN's economy, bring in 6.7 trillion of green investments to the region, and creates up to 66 million jobs for the ASEAN's citizens by 2050. And why I say it's critical, because not only it provides a structured pathway for ASEAN to move towards carbon neutrality and address climate crisis, but it will also shape the region's future development and ensure ASEAN remain competitive on the global stage. So as you can see on the slides up there on the screen, there are 8 strategies that have been developed to help address decarbonization challenges and accelerate the region's transitions to a carbon neutral future. The 4 strategies that you see at the top are the strategies that will drive economic growth for the region. This will be done by accelerating green value chain integration, creating regional circular economy supply chain, connecting green infrastructure and market, and developing interoperable carbon market, not only for the region, but also globally. And the 4 strategies that has been developed that you see at the root of the tree are the fundamental structure that needs to be in place for ASEAN to make the leap towards carbon neutral future. The first one is, if you can see the strategy number 5, is through credible and common standards, by attracting and deploying green capital, by creating an ecosystem that fosters green development, green talent development, and not just developing green talent development, but also mobility of these talents across the region, and by sharing green best practices. Next slide. So implementation of the strategy must be decisive, practical, and impactful. And for this, 16 initiatives have been identified to kickstart ASEAN's journey towards carbon neutrality. You will be able to look at these 16 initiatives on our website, and I encourage you to do so. The strategies has been designed to complement each ASEAN member state's national decarbonization policy, and through the strategy, ASEAN will be able to benefit from regional complementarity, create economies of scale for decarbonization solution, promote sustainable growth, and chart the opportunities for a more ambitious pathway for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has a real leadership opportunity to set an example to other regions in the world on taking collective actions to address decarbonization. And the time to act is now to shape a region ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Latifa Haida Abdul Latif. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed to the first panel discussion, the prospect of green infrastructure investment across different areas of the Indo-Pacific. Allow me to invite our moderator, Mr. David Boylan, Managing Director for ASEAN and East Asia of Mott MacDonald. Can we have a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? And also our esteemed speakers. Would like to kindly invite Mr. Sulio Bongdala, CEO of Lokalao. Joining us, Mr. Glenn Keys, Executive Chair and Founder of Aspen Medical. We'd like to also invite Mr. Joachim von Amsberg, Special Advisor to the President of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And last but never the least, Ibu Emma Sri Martini, Finance Director of Pertamina. Mr. David Boylan, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, many thanks. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. Actually, a very big congratulations to you all as well for beating the Jakarta traffic and making it here. So well done. Just to reintroduce very quickly, my name is David Boylan. I'm the Managing Director of Mott MacDonald in Asia, and it really is my honor to be here today to moderate this plenary session where we're going to discuss the prospect of green infrastructure investment. I just very quickly want to place a loose definition around what we mean by green infrastructure investment. For me, it's really about talking about the allocation of financial resources to develop, maintain or enhance systems that provide a wide range of environmental, economic and social benefits. Now, taking into account some of the increasing weather extremes we're seeing around the world at the moment, green infrastructure investment centered on climate mitigation and adaptation is becoming ever more urgent. But of course, as we all know, there are some major challenges associated with green infrastructure investment, such as high upfront costs, very long payback periods, regulatory and policy barriers, as well as technical challenges and maintenance issues which really threaten long-term viability. So for the conversation today, we've got an absolutely brilliant panel lineup joining me. I just want to reintroduce Solio Vongdalo, the CEO of the tech startup Loka, which is now the leading ride-hailing service in Laos, and importantly, committed to plans for its entire vehicle fleet being electric by 2030 and supported by the development of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The support of green infrastructure investment to transition to a low-carbon transport system for the ASEAN region is crucial. And I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from Solio some of your thoughts on this. Glenn Keys, who's the Executive Chair and founder of Aspen Medical, who specialise in providing efficient and innovative healthcare solutions to what are often remote and under-resourced environments. Now, healthcare is a fascinating sector, especially when you consider the wide-ranging sustainability challenges it faces. For example, tackling the ever-increasing quantities of clinical waste. So it's going to be really interesting hearing from Glenn on some of the particular challenges the healthcare sector faces in respect to green infrastructure investment. Then Dr. Joachim von Amsberg, Special Advisor to the President of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. Multilateral banks and development finance institutions like AIIB play a really important role in mobilizing private capital towards green infrastructure projects. And they do this, for example, by reducing risk, helping with the high upfront costs associated with green infrastructure projects. So it's great having Dr. Joachim here, and I look forward to his thoughts on green infrastructure investment from the perspective of the AIIB. And last but not least, I introduce Ibu Emma Sri Martini, who is the Director of Finance of Pertamina. And now Pertamina, like all energy majors, faces the challenge of low-carbon energy transition. But Pertamina has actually really made some important inroads to embracing low-carbon fuels such as hydrogen and ammonia, as well as wider renewable energy investments, particularly into geothermal. So I'm really looking forward to hearing Ibu Emma's thoughts and views on the balance of simultaneously providing energy services whilst at the same time effecting a transition towards low-carbon future and also maintaining revenues and profits. So it's an amazing panel lineup. Welcome to you all. I'm really excited to hear from you all on the landscapes and opportunities of green infrastructure investments in our ASEAN region. And given the diversity of you all, I'm really looking forward to hearing about your experiences and best practices in pioneering green infrastructure, in particular how to overcome some of these challenges and building investor confidence. So without further ado, let's hear from our panel members on their insights and thoughts into this topic area. So a general question to you all first. I'll go through one by one. I'm very interested to hear from each of you in respect of how you see the trends, prospects and outlook of green infrastructure investment in the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific region, particularly with reference to your particular industries. So let's start with Solio and electric vehicle infrastructure. Solio.
Yes. For us, like Loka and Laos, in the recent year, we have been seeing a lot of renewable projects. Similar, in the recent months, Laos has just approved the construction of the largest wind energies project, which is a 600 megawatt wind project in the southern of Laos, which is the largest in Southeast Asia. And in the transportation side, which is what we are doing in Laos, we've been investing heavily on the infrastructure on EV charging station, and also come up with the financing models that can help our drivers and other people to be able to transition from the gasoline vehicle into the electric cars. For Laos, it's quite challenging, but it has been very well adapted, similar to Thailand and similar in the ASEAN country as well. Now we are rapidly adapting the electric cars. And for us, we are more focusing on the transportation on the private sectors, transportation service. For us, now is 10% of our 10% of the EV that has been imported to Laos are now on our platform. That's at the moment. And then I have seen a lot of smart city projects that help the community and city to build sustainable and communities. I think that's quite of the trend that's been going on in the regions. Yes.
Great, thank you very much, Solio. Glenn, interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I think for us, there are 4 key areas that are critical for green infrastructure and what's going to drive business opportunity in the future. The first of those is actually cost saving, but you've got to look at it over the long term. Too many people are focused on what does it cost to build, not what does it cost to build and operate. And in the work we're doing, for example, here in Indonesia, where we'll have the very first green accredited hospital in the country, we can see dramatic savings in energy usage, water usage going forward. The next is social purpose. We find that staff want to work at a company that is taking an interest in the environment, investing in green infrastructure, and it drives customer engagement as well. Partners and investors is the next one. We find that like-minded people want to work on those areas, and they are hungry for organisations that are leading the push and are willing to take the investment to design for green infrastructure and what it means for the future. And lastly, responsibility. As you mentioned, healthcare is one of the largest users of environmental impact and leaving a carbon footprint. And so being able to show people that we are committed to a greener future, committed to reducing our carbon footprint, be it in the facilities we design, how they operate, or the equipment we use, is really, really critical. Particularly when you start to get into the Indo-Pacific area, where it is so expensive to get materials to and from, to produce materials locally. We are going out of our way to work and engage with local businesses to scale up, to provide us with the materials we need both during the construction and operations phases that we can buy locally, drive the economy, but drive down our carbon footprint and increase that green infrastructure example across the region.
Great, thank you, Glenn. Dr. Yohim, from the perspective of AIIB.
So in 2015, at the same time as the Paris Agreement was negotiated and concluded, Asian nations got together to create the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. All the 10 ASEAN members joined AIB at that time with a specific mandate to finance infrastructure. And so, having been founded at the time of the Paris Agreement, green infrastructure was put into the DNA of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So I'm delighted to be here, and greening of infrastructure is at the core of our mandate. The greening of infrastructure is really an imperative. At least 60% of carbon emissions are directly associated with the energy and transport sectors. So there's just no way to preserve a livable planet without greening infrastructure. Asian nations, ASEAN countries are directly impacted by rising sea level, by weather events, and so climate adaptation is obviously a top priority for ASEAN nations, and again, green infrastructure that is focused on adaptation in addition to mitigation is central to, I think, the concerns of this region. What is the record so far? I think it's a very mixed one. There are some subsectors that have really taken off, especially in the renewable space, and here I have to single out the two largest markets, India and China, with two very, very different models, have taken off in a massive way. So you see massive investments in renewable that are now commercially viable in those two markets, as an example of the real breakthrough at scale. There are other areas where progress is much slower. There's still a lot of investment in carbon-intensive energy generation systems that will become stranded assets sooner rather than later. And the overall incentives for investments in green infrastructure are still, let me say, fragmented. It's a patchwork of incentives that are facing investors. There's an appeal from government, there are government targets, of course, there's pressure from some customer markets, there's pressure from some financial institutions, there are emerging voluntary carbon markets, and all these incentives sort of point in the direction toward more green infrastructure finance, green infrastructure investment. But they don't yet add up to a coherent framework of incentives. And I think that's why, on the one hand, clearly the transition, the decarbonization of ASEAN economies has begun, but on the other hand, there's still a very, very long way to go to actually make that transition happen at the scale and at the speed at which the target that the international community has set itself will require.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yohim. Last but not least, Ibu Emma, your thoughts.
Can you hear me? Okay, I think in the case of Pertamina, by being a national oil company, Pertamina has to carry out our priority mandate, which is have to secure our national energy security. By Pertamina being an integrated oil company, we have to some extent some luxury because we do have infrastructure, integrated supply chain from upstream, midstream, and downstream. And starting within the year of 2020, with the push factor of having pandemic COVID at that time, we restructure our organizations to anticipate green energy transitions. We established 6 different subholding grouped by its cluster. I think this strategy is very effective to attracting investment, to attracting the business matching which particular sectors. The 6 different subholding consists of, the first one is upstream. This is mainly still focusing on the fossil fuel business. The second one in the refinery and petrochemical, which is, this is energy transition, what we call it. And the third one is the commercial and trading. The fourth one, gas. The fifth is the integrated marine logistics, which is more inviting green infrastructure in this case. And the last one but not least is the subholding power and new renewable energy. This is our future business. Because Pertamina now, our revenue proportion is mostly contributed by fossil fuel, more than 95%. Going forward, revenue coming from renewable energy will be increasing over time. So I think that's why we try to put more allocations in terms of capex to more boosting investment in the renewable energy. Currently, our renewable energy coming from geothermal is still small. The capacity is still only around 700 megawatts. Gas to power 1.8 gigawatt. So I think in the next 5 years will be increasing quite significantly. So I think this is our strategy also to addressing global energy transitions by establishing two main strategies. The first one is decarbonization the existing business. How that we can operate with the greener operating model with the existing business. Because at the same time also we have to carry out to secure our national energy security. And the second one, how that we can build our low carbon fuel business, our green business. This is something to do with the green ammonia, green hydrogen, CCUS and all that. So I think those two mandates we have to carry out at the same time. Because we have to more focus on investing in renewable energy as well. That's why we put already in our net zero carbon roadmap. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ibu, Emma, and thank you all for that overview of the opportunities there. So before going on to do a deeper dive into any of the specific sectors of transport, energy or healthcare, I just want to come back to Dr. Joachim and ask for a more general view of what you have seen as exemplary best practices and successful projects in green infrastructure in the ASEAN region, and of course particularly those supported by the AIIB.
Let me mention 3 examples for investments we have made that I think illustrate the opportunities for greening infrastructure in ASEAN. First is, as I already mentioned, the really booming renewable energy area. So we are investing, for example, in hydropower, pump storage in Indonesia, but also cross-border investments. So for example, energy connectivity between different ASEAN countries. We are investing in energy generation in Laos PDR, in wind power, in hydropower that is then used in the Vietnamese market as an example for how energy transmission across countries can actually raise and increase the share of renewables in the energy supply in ASEAN. So we're very proud and keen to expand those kinds of renewable investments. The second area I want to highlight is technological innovation. Studies show that 60% of the carbon reductions that are necessary to be achieved come from areas and technologies that are not yet mature, that are still under development. In order for us to help accelerate that development of new technologies, we have invested as limited partner in a number of private equity funds that are investing in companies, startups and other companies that are developing new technologies, whether it's in green hydrogen, whether it's in battery technology, whether it's in mobile technology, that are really developing those areas where the carbon savings will come from in the future. So there are areas that require equity financing, and again, as a multilateral, we have invested in a number of private equity funds that are providing that capital to technology companies in that space. Third and lastly, and in order to create private investment in infrastructure at scale, we are partnering with Singaporean institutions to help securitize infrastructure finance. Together with Clifford Capital, based in Singapore, Bayfront is a platform that purchases infrastructure loans from banks that originate these transactions, securitizes them and sells them to institutional investors. I mention that because it's a really interesting model of how to bring the large volume of available capital from institutional investors into the infrastructure space in developing market. Something we've all talked about for years, if not decades, and it's finally beginning to happen at some scale. And that work together with Singaporean Clifford Capital and Bayfront is to us the most promising development for bringing institutional capital. And that means capital at a much larger scale than individual project finance into that space. So we're very proud to be partnering with those initiatives and therefore making our little contribution toward the greening of infrastructure in ASEAN.
Thanks. And Solio, coming to yourself now. I mean, Dr. Joachim has just spoken there about the importance of really investing in pioneering technologies. And you yourself actually are a pioneer in green infrastructure and the application in Laos. I'm interested to know, why do you think pivoting to green infrastructure might be beneficial for business in the long run?
Yes, I think there are two main keys that driving our green infrastructure projects in Laos. Is like in the short term is obviously is about economic, right? Economic goal of the drivers. So Laos is, to give a little bit of context, it's a small country. We have 7 million people. So being in the small countries means like you can change everything easier than the larger population, right? So Laos is, another thing is Laos is the second country in the Southeast Asia that pay the most expensive price for the gasoline. But we do have energy surplus of almost 80% on the electricity. So that's why I think like moving into the green infrastructure is the most making sense for the business and economy. For example, after we switched into the EV, we built the EV charging station around the country. Our drivers switch into the EV, they see the energy cost saving of 90%. Imagine you spend $100 on the gasoline driving for like maybe 500 kilometers. And now you only spend $10. You have $90 left in your pocket on every single $100 you spend. That's how much the energy saving on the driver's side. But another thing is for me is personal. It's quite personal because I think like if we want our children, I'm the father of 2, so if we want our children to live in the healthier environments and to think greens, now is the time to build the green infrastructure for them. So what we have been building is just part of that future for the next generation, especially my children. So I also hope that to encourage anybody else here as well, doesn't have to be a pioneer, but to participate in this green infrastructure development, that we hope that our next generation that will be able to benefit from what we have been building today. And that's what I also hope for my kid, to benefit from what I've been building today as well.
Thank you, Solio, and it's a very timely reminder. It's not all about business. Introduction of thoughts about the new generation is great. So, Glenn, you're pioneering the way in healthcare. I wonder if actually a few thoughts from you on the same question, if that's okay.
So I think it's really critical to explain to people what it is you're doing and how it's going to impact on lowering carbon footprint, lowering carbon emissions. And so we're investigating for the facilities we're doing that are green facilities, how do we explain to people the benefit of what's happening? They can't see geothermal work, they can't see the solar panels, they don't see the water recyclation. So you've got to explain that to them in a way that they can understand and start to interpret, and then get them to ask the question, well, if this hospital can do it, why not that one over there? So you've got to start to do that. But the other thing you need to do is get them thinking about what they're doing. So COVID for the world really prompted telehealth. Everybody was able to reach out through telehealth to get consults. Now what we want to do is say to people, every time you do a telehealth appointment, instead of driving across town to a doctor, you are reducing your carbon footprint. And so we're investigating the idea of having a little calculator that says at the end of your telehealth consult, this is the carbon credit you effectively created by having that telehealth consult. As AI comes more into data analysis and we're able to reduce treatment times because we have earlier diagnosis, that is also going to have an impact. And so the idea of saying to people, every time you see your doctor early rather than late, it's going to have a benefit, could flow on for years. And I really love the point of saying to us, and this is going to impact not just you, but your family, your children, and how it goes from there. The final piece I'd say is, before I get on that, is training. So a huge amount of training goes into health professionals. And we are now investigating not just remote training, we trained over 8 million people remotely during COVID, but now building towards VR and AR-based training so that you can have people in a room, you can train them no matter where they are in ASEAN or the Pacific, and yet be training them with some of the leading specialists. And suddenly you're not flying people in, you're increasing skills with a very reduced footprint. The final thing I'd suggest is there is a role for government here around incentives. And I don't mean to pay people, but to perhaps create an incentive that you could be fast-tracked to achieve perhaps a certain standard or accreditation or reduced payments. If you are not only promoting green infrastructure, but you're showing the public how they can do it as well. And that will motivate other industries to go, oh look, they've been accredited faster, maybe we can get that as well. So I think there's a role for industry to market what they're doing, to explain to people that every person is important in what they can do, and government to help incentivise it, not necessarily through additional funding, but perhaps through fast-tracking some approvals. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Glenn. Now, Ibu Emma, I'm going to come on to something a little bit more energy specific. So Pertamina, it's one of the biggest developers now of green ammonia and green hydrogen. I'm interested in your thoughts on how these new fuels fit into the global energy supply chain and how they can fulfill the ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific needs for green energy supply.
Yeah, I think Indonesia has a big potential for the green energy, including geothermal, as I mentioned earlier, that we do have also our subsidiary, we call it a subholding, Power and New Renewable Energy, which focusing on renewable energy. Now they are operating more than 700 megawatts, and going forward will be additional more than 200 megawatts will be operational in the next 1 to 2 years. Yeah. And beside that, also gas to power. Talking about green ammonia as well as green hydrogens, clearly that by having geothermal, we'll be having potential for green hydrogens. Again, as our mandate as being a national oil company, that our priority is to secure our national energy security. So there are some conversations with our potential off-taker for green hydrogens. So our first priority is to provide national energy security first, and the second one, certainly we can be able to export our green hydrogen, provided the readiness level of the green hydrogen off-taker here in Indonesia probably maybe taking some time to be able to off-taking our green hydrogen product. That's why we try to discuss with our potential off-taker as well. Related to how that we can tap financing to support us in terms of implementing all those green energy initiatives. Again, we have many options to do that. And first thing first, we have to be able that we can prove that ourselves we are operating in a greener operating model. With proof our ESG score is really convincing enough. Now that we are sitting at the second rank of sub-industry oil and gas integrated. So we really committed that our operating really committed to support ESG. So this is our attractive factors that for us can be more easy to invite our strategic partner to invest in our green infrastructure.
Great, and I love the bit when you're saying, well, how to tap the financing, which brings me back to Dr. Joachim. Listening to Ibu Emma and the potential role of new technologies and low carbon fuels such as hydrogen, ammonia, what can the multilaterals like AIIB do to support and accelerate the growth of industrial decarbonisation in ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific?
The role of multilateral development banks like the World Bank, the ADB, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is really to bridge the gap between the supply and the demand for infrastructure finance. And it's a bit of a paradox. You have this huge need for investment. The studies that say $1.5 trillion of investment needed in Asia every year, just to quote one of those gigantic numbers. And that investment is not yet happening at that scale. On the other hand, you have very large amounts of capital that are looking for projects, looking for investment opportunities, looking for yield. And the demand and the supply often do not meet. The actual flow of investment into these projects is actually quite small in emerging markets. And the multilateral development banks' role is really to connect the demand and supply in three ways. One is on our balance sheet. So institutional investors can buy our bonds. And we use the proceeds of these bonds to make loans and investments in projects, infrastructure projects in ASEAN. That's the direct way. We make very long-term loans at favorable conditions based on these funds we receive through our bond issuances. That's good, that's important, but it is ultimately limited by the size of our balance sheet. So therefore, in addition to that, we work together with our co-financiers, with private investors. And through the presence of multilaterals, often private investors have comfort that projects are implemented to international standards, for example, on carbon, on environmental social standards, on emission reductions, that there is trust in the roles that government play in those roles. Often regulatory risks are one of the biggest obstacles to private investment in infrastructure, and the presence of multilaterals provides some protection that governments will honor commitments they are making, because these same governments are our shareholders as multilaterals. So there's a privileged relationship with governments. So that's the second way. The third and final way we do is by helping create markets. And I just referred to my comment earlier on the creation of the securitization platform, which is an example of where we are helping create a market for finance flows from institutional investors to infrastructure that did not exist before. But again, it's one of those roles where multilaterals, yes, provide some money, but also provide the framework for a partnership between those different parties that have to come together to make this flow of finance from the large pool of investors to this huge need for investment a reality.
Great, thank you, Dr. Joachim. Coming back to Glenn, we've just heard from Ibu Emma and Dr. Joachim on the potential of new energy supplies and the investment opportunities that there are. But of course, pivoting to sustainable energy supplies is one part of the equation, but being more efficient in our consumption of energy is another often overlooked aspect. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on how we increase grassroots awareness and encourage behavioural change on energy conservation. That's to Glenn. That was to you.
Sorry. Look, I think you've really got to try to understand what is motivating people. I think there's a great opportunity for the use of digitisation around talking to people at a grassroots level. I think we need to understand what's an easy mechanism to get to people, social media, and how it can be used around what it means for them, for example, for the use of biotechnology, for monitoring. Patient monitoring has become a big deal and will only grow over time. And I think being able to take developments, explain them in a very, very understandable way, strong use of social media and, less cats and start getting to talking about what really influences people in their lives, I think will be a critical way to get people across understanding at a grassroots level what is required to change behaviour and that every single person is responsible at that level. And health is something that is really critical. I think we also want to think that who is reading the messages in a healthcare sector. 80% of all healthcare decisions are made by women. And understanding that, understanding how we talk to that demographic and what's important. If you look at the age groups across ASEAN and even the Pacific, ASEAN is young. While the developed world is growing old, ASEAN is young. About 50% of the population of Indonesia is under the age of 30. And so they are the people who are motivated by the future. giving them the opportunity to make a clear decision between something that has a green initiative and low carbon footprint compared to something that doesn't, that's going to drive behaviour very, very quickly.
Great, thank you, Glenn. I think we've just about got time for one last question, because I'm being encouraged to finish on time, because apparently there's a VIP following us. Last question to Solio. How can digital platforms like LOCA play a role in diminishing carbon emissions and nurturing a sustainable urban ecosystem?
Yes, Glenn made a really, really big point, which connected to what we did. Besides communicating with the social media, which make a really big impact on our communication side. But on our platform side, for LOCA, we have two communication that we have to do. First is the customer. Second is the driver. The driver is really person that's really grassroots that we need to educate them. So for our driver on their mobile application, we actually have a dashboard for them. If they are still driving a gasoline car, we will tell them this is how much you spend on the gasoline. This is what would you benefit if you switch into the EV. And then they see the carbon emission in real time, and also seeing the money that they would save in real time. That make them encourage them want to switch. But after they switch, they also see their real-time data, how much money they have been saving and how much pollution they have been reduced, so that they can also communicate with another grassroots drivers. That make a domino and network effect. So the impact has been huge. In 2021, there is only 140 EV imported to Laos. In 2020-22, there's 1,400. That's the number of increasing. But total EV in Laos right now, around 2,500 EV have been imported so far. And 10% of that now are on our platform. Because of our driver, they have been communicating. And then on the customer side, we recently introduced, we call a climate dashboard. So when you ride on our EV, you can see in real time how much pollution you have been reducing in real time. That's also helped to educate the customer as well, that not only that you are on the green ride, but now you have been seeing what impact you have been made to the environment and the community in real time. That's what we use the digital platform for.
Solio, thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists. Just a few wrapping up points from myself by way of summation. You know, I think it's been absolutely fantastic hearing about the scale of the opportunity, especially in transport, healthcare, and the world of energy. And really, whilst there are challenges, it's really quite reassuring to hear how, you know, there are so many examples of how these challenges are being overcome, and most importantly, how the role of finance plays within that, and enabling finance, certainly with the help of the multilaterals. I guess one final point of reflection that I've taken away from this discussion, almost all of you actually, as panelists, hit on a common theme of the role of government and what role government can play. You know, for me, whilst government has played a role, a lot of the initiatives and the overcoming the challenges has been largely driven by innovation within the private sector itself. So I wonder going forward, you know, as a final question, what more can government do in the ASEAN to really create an enabling environment for green infrastructure investment and to really fulfill that potential? So, can everybody please join me in thanking all of the panelists. It's been an absolutely great pleasure to host you all. Thank you very much for all of your contributions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, once again, please give a big round of applause to Mr. David Boylan as our moderator for the first panel discussion, and also our esteemed speakers for the depth insights. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next agenda, please allow me to share with you a little bit of the background of the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum as an implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific a flagship event organized by Indonesia as a part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. The ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum aims to unlock further opportunities and build stronger connectivity between ASEAN countries and the Indo-Pacific. It will serve as an inclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners, mainly from the public and private sectors, to engage in constructive discussions, identify potential tangible projects, and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. 3 major issues of the future will be discussed. The first is green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. Second is sustainable and innovative financing. And third, digital transformation and creative economy. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us pivot to our next discussion, on sub-theme 1, and that is green infrastructure and resilient supply chain. With CEO Fireside Chat on developing green infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific, current state and beyond. Without further ado, please allow me to invite on stage our speaker, Ibu Nika Widiawati, as CEO of Pertamina, and also Mr. Nick Marsh, BBC Asia Business Correspondent, as our moderator for this discussion. Mr. Nick Marsh, please go ahead. Ibu Nika Widiawati, kami persilakan.
Okay.
Mr. Marsh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this short fireside chat on developing green infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific. I'm Nick. I work for the BBC as their Asia business correspondent based in Singapore. David, the previous moderator, said that there was a VIP following him. I'm sorry, that's definitely not me. I think that's the one after. But it is a pleasure to be here. It's an even bigger pleasure to have you, Ibu Nika Widiawati, the Chief Executive of Pertamina, Indonesia's state oil and gas company, of course. Good morning, and thank you for being here, Ibu.
Yeah, morning. Good morning. May I call you Nick?
Of course.
So Nick and Nika, it's a good combination. So thank you for having me here, and sorry for coming late. So
that's okay. It's Jakarta traffic.
It's okay.
I don't know if everyone can hear Ibu with the microphone.
Okay.
I think that's a bit better, isn't
yes.
it?
It's okay.
Yeah, okay. Look, Pertamina is involved in so much about Indonesia's green energy transition. I just wanted to start by asking you this. Indonesia has some very ambitious targets when it comes to renewable energies. The country wants 23% of its energy mix by 2025 to be renewables. At the moment, it's about 10%. Sitting here right now, how confident are you that Indonesia can more than double its proportion of renewables in just 2 years?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nick. So we are all now facing the same challenge in climate. So I don't want to jump to new and renewable energy. Before that, we have to having the same perspective and understanding. We are talking about the climate change. So the most important thing is how is the energy transition pathway? We have the same objective. The finish line is net zero emission, not zero, net zero emission. But now, each country have a different position, different starting point. So differing in economic development stage and also social challenge will lead to different energy transition pathway. For Indonesia, we are a developing country, and we have the ambitious target to increase our GDP, to maintain the stable economic growth, as well as inflation rate. So we need an energy as a catalyst for our economic growth. What we have to do now is energy security. It should keep maintaining. Pertamina is state-owned enterprise, have a mandate to maintain the energy security and energy resiliency. But on the other hand, we also have to support the government target to achieve net zero emission. So we have 3 parallel main agenda actually for achieving that target. First, we keep maintaining our legacy business, but with different operation methodology. We do several initiatives for decarbonization. So there is, our legacy business is carbon positive, but through the decarbonization program, we reduce that. There is a short term, but we have also the mitigation for the long term. For example, for the oil business, we develop the two main agenda regarding to existing asset, our refinery. So we'll convert our refinery to be green refinery. So we can improve and accelerate our bioenergy. And the second is integrated refinery and petrochemical. So when the fuel demand decline, we have two product bioasset. So there is a first. The second, we develop the zero carbon neutral business, just like geothermal. We have a huge potential in geothermal, hydro. So there is a carbon neutral initiative. The third one, since we still have the carbon positive, we have an initiative for carbon negative. It is CCUS and natural-based solution. So we have an abundant potential in CCUS, in NBS, and Indonesia also have a potential in critical material for energy transition. We are the biggest nickel reserve as well as nickel production, the second biggest in tin, the sixth biggest in bauxite, and the seventh biggest in copper. And we have also 400 gigaton CO2 storage potential for CCUS and NBS, one of the rainforests, the largest rainforest in the world. So there's a three main agenda that should be managed in parallel to keep maintaining the energy transition with and reducing the carbon emission and with affordable. It's very important for us, developing country. The energy security, energy accessibility, and affordability. There's just three main agenda that we have to keep maintaining, especially for Pertamina as state-owned enterprise.
Yeah. I mean, you've outlined a real range there of ways that Indonesia can move towards renewables, it can move towards net zero. You've also just used that phrase there, net zero, rather than not zero, because Indonesia's very much it's in its own situation compared to a lot of countries when it comes to transitioning towards net zero. So the idea is that companies can continue polluting so long as they offset that.
It is carbon offsetting.
Yeah, so I would offset that and remove that carbon from the atmosphere. I want to focus in on one method that kind of taps into that kind of net zero rather than not zero. That's carbon capture storage. You said Indonesia can be a real hub for that. There's lots of untapped places, basins, reserves where carbon can be stored. But carbon capture storage, as we all know, has its detractors. It's incredibly expensive. The efficacy of it has also been, widely doubted. And also a lot of people say it doesn't really offer an incentive for fossil fuel companies to actually move away from using fossil fuels, right? What would you say to that, as the chief executive of Indonesia's oil and gas state company?
Yeah, so before 2002, Indonesia is net exporter with the daily production around 1.5 million barrel per day. So means we have a huge capacity in our reservoir. Our preliminary study found that we have 400 gigaton CO2 storage capacity. We started already. Last year, we inject the carbon from our one block, Subang, CO2 from Subang block, inject to one of our block near the location, we call it Jati Barang, and successfully complete. From that carbon injection, we not just store the carbon, but also increase the production of oil and gas in that block, around 50%. So now we are in progress for the second project in Sukowati. And then now we are also progressing in the third project in Sunda Asri Basin with one of the global company that our study in one location, we have the potential around 2 gigatons CO2 storage. And we signed already with some company as a customer. How about the economic point of view? Technology. I believe that along the way there is, the improvement of technology that can reducing the capex as well as opex. But there is depend on our scheme or mechanism. For example, in our Jati Barang block, we just send the CO2 by pipeline. We don't have to convert or liquefaction the CO2 and distribute to the vessel. The same case in Sundrasi. We will try to look for the CO2 surrounding that area and just transport it by pipeline. So make it more up. We can reduce the capex as well. With 400 gigaton CO2 potential, Indonesia can become a regional hub of CO2. Now the government start to establish new regulation for the carbon utilization. Now we have the regulation for carbon utilization, but still in progress for carbon storage, as well as open for the regional country to store also in our CCUS storage.
I mean, you mentioned the huge potential there. We were just talking before this chat here on stage about where the money's going to come from. Because, for example, the Just Energy Transition Partnership money, that's focused on renewables, right? This is a whole different thing. This is about offsetting the pollution that comes from using fossil fuels. Where is this money going to come from? It's really expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. So, carbon trading mechanism. One of the collaboration that can be created in ASEAN-Indo-Pacific, we have the regional carbon trading mechanism. So there's the money come from the carbon tax, carbon trading mechanism. So it's more feasible. But I told to the JETP, if we can propose something, just energy transition is not related to new and renewable only, but also how to make a transition, the energy transition. As I mentioned before, we cannot jump from fossil energy to new and renewable energy. Just an orderly and affordable transition, we have to do that.
Yeah.
So our proposal to JETP is also include the decarbonization initiative in the JETP scope.
Yeah,
it's
so
very important.
Broadening the scope there, yeah. You mentioned carbon markets as well. That's something we'll be talking about later on this afternoon. Look, we only have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to ask you if it's possible to be brief. You've got the Pertamina on its website has the 8 pillars of its energy transition, right? I'm just going to go through them here, and I want you to pick one and get our audience excited about the one that you see most potential in. You've got green refinery, bioenergy, geothermal, hydrogen, gasification, EVs, like you were talking about earlier, new renewable energies, and the circular carbon economy, which you just touched on there.
So maybe I will choose the green refinery. Also the bioenergy. Why? Our strategy, actually, how to achieve the energy security and energy independency, national energy independency, through unleashing our domestic resources. We have a lot of the primary energy for bioenergy. So we start already actually with biodiesel, B35. 35% is coming from CPO based. And now, B35, last year, per year, we successfully reduced around 28 million tons CO2 from that initiative. And as well as we can reduce the imported. And the second is biogasoline. We will blend our gasoline with ethanol, bioethanol, that's coming from molasses, sugarcane, or cassava, or corn and sorghum. And the second generation can produce from the waste. And the third is SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. So through bioenergy, the just energy transition, everybody say that during energy transition, no one left behind. So my thinking is, Indonesia have 280 million people. If we just move to new and renewable energy, so what is the employment? Unemployment will be increased. So if we accelerate the bioenergy, there is a plantation will be grow.
Great.
And can absorb all the employment there, and then the processing facility, the distribution, existing distribution can be used, as well as ICE, internal combustion. So all the ecosystems still the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was a really difficult task I gave you. You completed it with aplomb in 2 minutes. Thank you, Nika Widiawati, Chief Executive of Pertamina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nick Marsh and Ibu Nika Widiawati, for your great insights and also expertise. May you please return to your seats. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as of current, we are still waiting for the Honorable Anthony Albanese, MP, Prime Minister of Australia. We thank you for your kind patience and understanding. I kindly invite you also to please remain seated, and once again to ensure that all mobile devices is switched to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, if you would please be seated at your seat, as we are now waiting seconds away to wait for the arrival of the Honorable Anthony Albanese, MP, Prime Minister of Australia. We thank you for your understanding. Distinguished delegates, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the Honorable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Alongside with the Minister of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly be seated. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to our first Leaders' Talk. Without further ado, it is our honor to invite the Honorable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
The security that could not have been imagined 49 years ago are bound by more than an accident of geography responsibility to advance stability, peace and prosperity for every nation that calls Southeast Asia home. To recognise that we continue to work together with ASEAN for a generation, an overdue strengthening of our engagement to reflect the speed of the transformation underway and the scale of the opportunities which are ahead. The strategy we outlined today reflects an enduring truth. This is where Australia's economic destiny lies, and this is where our shared prosperity can be built. This is where, working together, the peace, stability and security of this region and the Indo-Pacific can be assured. The framework we are outlining today charts a course all the way to 2040, by which time ASEAN's combined economy is expected to be the fourth largest in the world. We are building on a strong foundation. In 2022, ASEAN accounted for nearly 15% of Australia's overall trade, greater than our two-way trade with Japan or the United States. But Australia's economic engagement with the region has not kept pace with the growth of Southeast Asian economies. Australia should be a larger trade and investment partner for Southeast Asia. The ambitious plan that we're sharing with you today takes us beyond catching up. It positions us for what's ahead. Throughout 2023, Australia's Special Envoy to Southeast Asia, Mr. Nicholas Moore, has travelled up and down the region, visiting every ASEAN nation besides Myanmar. He's had hundreds of conversations. He's absorbed hundreds of written submissions. And today I am launching Mr. Moore's report, Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040. Mr. Moore has identified 4 key priorities: raising awareness, strengthening understanding of markets, sectors and emerging trends, removing blockages, addressing barriers to trade and investment, building capability, ensuring Australia and the region have the skills and knowledge to work effectively together, and deepening investment, supporting Australian investors to identify, develop and finalise prospective deals in the region. He's also identified a number of key sectors which offer the greatest potential for growth, including agriculture and food, energy security and the clean energy transition, infrastructure, and education and skills. Australia brings a lot to the table in expertise, goods, services and capital. We are a provider of first-class services, particularly in health and education. Our fast-growing tech sector is one of the largest in the Southern Hemisphere. We are a reliable, high-quality supplier of commodities, including in agriculture, minerals and energy. We are ready to use our strength in critical minerals, as well as abundant sun and wind resources, to support a secure and stable energy transition for the region. There are significant opportunities for our businesses in Southeast Asia's fast-growing economies, including in infrastructure and the clean energy transition. We will also benefit from further Southeast Asian investment and exports, which are already making a notable contribution to the Australian economy. The foundations are there too. Businesses across the region are already engaging. We've got Australian high-tech company Power Ledger partnering with Thai solar providers to trial rooftop solar energy trading between apartment blocks in Bangkok. There's the Malaysian engineering company Gamuda working with the New South Wales government to build the Sydney Metro West. There's Australian company Oricon providing engineering and design services for exciting infrastructure and energy projects in Vietnam. And Indonesia's cutting-edge technology company Bukalapak, which collaborated with the Victorian government to open its first international technology hub in Melbourne in 2023. These are just a few examples among many. It's the same story with trade. Leading Australian company Cochlear has transformed the lives of over 9,000 people in Southeast Asia through distribution of its sophisticated hearing implants. If you're lucky enough to be served a quintessential Australian lamington, which I recommend, the coconut is likely to hail from the Philippines. Our economies and our cultures are already so intertwined in ways big and small. But what Mr. Moore kept hearing during his extensive consultations was that both sides can do more. Australia is ambitious for what we can achieve with the region to tackle the challenge of climate change, for example. And we recognise that it's in all our interests to support the net zero transition. Greater trade diversification, including through supply chains, is also in the region's and Australia's mutual interests. There is so much potential still untapped. My government will respond to all the findings of this comprehensive report in due course, but there are some we're acting on right away. Today I announced we have committed $95.4 million to support 3 initiatives that go to the heart of the strategy's priorities. We'll form new deal teams based in Southeast Asia and drawing on public and private sector expertise to identify opportunities for Australian investors and support projects through to finalisation. These teams will develop a pipeline of investment-ready projects and advise Australian investors on matters from regulatory approvals to finding local commercial partners. We'll also embark on a new Southeast Asia Business Exchange program to boost two-way trade. This will improve awareness of trade opportunities both in Australia and in Southeast Asia. And we'll set up an exchange program for young professionals, building enduring links between Australian and Southeast Asian businesses. This will see talented young people from Australia gain experience working in Southeast Asian companies, as well as Southeast Asian professionals gaining experience in Australian businesses. I look forward to getting these up and running. Deepening our engagement with Southeast Asia is an absolute priority for Australia and for my government. But as I've said today, it's also an opportunity for the whole region. In the years ahead, all of us will benefit from the security we build together, the prosperity we create together, the stability that we preserve together, the sovereignty we respect together, the environmental commitments we fulfill together, the energy transition we drive together. We can make Australia's, ASEAN's next half century even more successful than the last. And we can share in that success, ASEAN and Australia, together. I thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We had just concluded our first leader talk of the day, and would like to kindly say thank you for the support of our partners, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, and Journey. Area, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S. ASEAN Business Council, World Intellectual Property Organization. We'd like to also thank our partners ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg News, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, Thales and Zoom to support our event ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. We thank you to all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attendance and also participating on the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum for Day 2. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to proceed to a briefer session that will be delivered by Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, with the main topic, Indonesia Plan for Developing Green Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in today's briefing session, I would like to brief you all of Indonesia's plan in developing the green infrastructure to achieve its emission reduction target. Indonesia is committed to reducing emissions by 31.9% by 2030 with our national capacity, and by 43.2% with international support. We are also very committed to be able to achieve net zero by the year of 2060. To support this ambition, Indonesia will focus on 5 major initiatives, particularly focusing on building the green infrastructure. First, increasing the capacity of our renewable energy. Indonesia has the potential to build 22 gigawatts of geothermal power, 75 gigawatt of hydropower, about 6.6 gigawatt of solar and biomass, and about 60.6 gigawatt of wind power. Our electricity development plan 2022 to 2030 is the first of such plan with commitment to build more capacity of electricity from renewable resources. But Indonesia has more potential in renewable energy development than just in electricity. Which brings me to the second initiative, the development of biofuel, biomass, and other green molecules such as green hydrogen. By 2023, Indonesia has already developed B35, replacing about 35% of our diesel oil with FAME. And Pertamina has also launched recently Green Pertamax, which is comprised of gasoline as well as bioethanol, and targeting to be able to achieve E20 before 2030. Third, we are also launching and building our electric mobility and EV ecosystem in Indonesia. With about 26% of the world's resources in nickel, Indonesia has the ambitious plan to make batteries with a capacity of more than 140 gigawatt hour in the year of 2030. Other ASEAN member states also have great potentials, such as the Philippines, which actually also has a very significant potential in developing nickel. In Indonesia, we also have more resources than just nickel. And third, we are also trying to actually build also our capability and also our capacity in the area of not only biofuel, but we are also building our ability to be able to connect the green industry cluster. As you know, all of the ASEAN right now, we all have the ambition to be able to become part of the global supply chain in the EV ecosystem and also beyond. And therefore, to be able to develop a much more cohesive EV ecosystem, we need to also be able to connect our green industry cluster through what we call the green ASEAN grid. And that is also one of the key outcomes of today's ASEAN summit, is that how are we going to be able to connect the ASEAN member states through what we call the ASEAN grid. And I think one of the key potential thing that we are going to be able to realize by connecting all of the ASEAN member states through ASEAN grid is that we are going to be able to develop a much more cohesive ecosystem in building the future supply chain for the world, including that in battery. Lastly, the development of the EV ecosystem as well as the manufacturing capacity will not be able to be realized without the connectivity amongst the ASEAN member states. And therefore, building green ports and storage for the green molecules such as green hydrogens and sustainable aviation fuel is one of the key elements of how are we going to be able to develop a much more cohesive ecosystem and much more regionalized supply chain in being able to develop this EV ecosystem. So some of the examples that we are actually seeing right now, for example, that there is an emerging hydrogen market that will be created of about 1.4 trillion market by the year of 2050, and therefore Indonesia right now is pushing for this initiative. Indonesia is still at the very nascent state of green hydrogen development. Regarding the SAF, Pertamina has also been developing as a sustainable aviation fuel through many of the initiative that we have. I think that's all that I can brief you on this green infrastructure. We hope that we'll actually give you some ideas about the topic that we will discuss in the following panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Before we proceed to our next agenda or the second leader's talk of the day, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receiver, you could collect it at the left side of the ballroom. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as now we are waiting for the next leader's talk with His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, we kindly request all delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated as we await for His Excellency Kishida Fumio. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you may so collect it at the left side of the ballroom. And once again, we kindly request of you for you to stay seated, and also to ensure your mobile device to be switched to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you could collect the SIS receivers at the left side of the ballroom. Thank you. So once again, if you acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, you may still collect it at the left side of the ballroom. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to kindly remind you once again, if you wish to acquire an interpretation devices, the SIS receivers, it could be collected at the left side of the ballroom. So once again, if you need an interpretation device, the SIS receivers, you can collect them at the left side of the ballroom. And once again, we kindly remind you to please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Your Excellency, you may proceed to the podium. And the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated.
はい、ご来賓の皆様、スラマットパギ、おはようございます。この度、日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年、そして日インドネシア外交関係樹立65周年の記念すべき年に、日本の総理大臣として、インドネシアを訪問し、この ASEAN インド太平洋フォーラムにおいてお話しできますことを大変光栄に思っております。インドネシアをはじめとする ASEAN 諸国の飛躍的な経済発展に後押しされ、インド太平洋地域は世界経済を力強く牽引をしています。インドネシアが本年の ASEAN 議長国として、成長の中心、エピセントラム・オブ・グロースをテーマに掲げたこと、これはまさに時機を得たものだと思います。また、今回のフォーラムにおいて、日本から多くの協力プロジェクトが紹介される、このことを大変誇らしく思います。ASEAN の掲げるインド太平洋に関する ASEAN アウトロック AOIP と日本が進める自由で開かれたインド太平洋 FOIP は開放性、透明性、あるいは包摂性、国際法の尊重といった本質的な原則を共有しています。ASEAN の中心性、一体性を一貫して支持してきた日本は、2019年にいち早くAOIP への全面的な支持を表明いたしました。そして本日、ここに私は、日 ASEAN 包括的連結性イニシアティブを発表し、日本として6つの分野で、連結性強化の協力を進めていく旨、宣言をいたします。6つの分野とは、具体的に、次の通りです。第一に、交通インフラの整備です。港湾、道路、鉄道、空港を整備をし、ASEAN 諸国の人の流れ、物の流れを促進していく。我が国が現在実施しているプロジェクトは約2兆8000億円分にまで拡大をしています。ハード面での協力に加え、技術面によるソフト面での協力を行い、日本の技術や知識を継続的に提供してまいります。第2に、デジタルコネクティビリティです。日本は ASEAN 各国のさらなるデジタル化、デジタル化、そしてデジタル技術を用いた地域の連結性強化に協力していくとともに、サイバー空間の安全を守ることに貢献をしていきます。第3に、海洋協力です。海でつながった日本と ASEAN 諸国の連結性を強化する上で重要な要素です。 我が国は海上保安機関や海上警察への研修の実施、巡視船の供与などを通じて海上法執行能力の強化を支援していきます。第4はサプライチェーンの強靭化です。新型コロナのパンデミックやロシアのウクライナ侵略を受け、物資の安定的な流通の確保や食料安全保障が重要な課題となっています。我が国は ASEAN 地域のサプライチェーン強靭化に貢献し、共に危機に強い経済、これを築いていきます。第5に、電力の連結性です。急速な経済発展を遂げている ASEAN 地域では、電力需要も増大しています。安定的な電力供給を確保するため、我が国はマスタープランの策定や研修などを通じて、電力の連結性向上を支援していきます。そして最後に、人、地の連結性です。社会の発展を支えているのは人であり、人が持つ地です。我々は幅広い分野の人材交流や研修事業などを通じて、ASEAN 諸国の人材を育成するとともに、日本と ASEAN 諸国の人々のネットワーク、これを強化していきます。日本はこれらの分野において、今後3年間で5000人の人材育成を行います。ASEAN 諸国と技術協力を進め、ネットワークを強化することで、我が国も ASEAN と共に成長していく。日本と ASEAN が新たな社会的価値を共有できる未来を築いていきたいと思います。本年12月、日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年の締めくくりに、ASEAN 諸国の首脳を東京にお招きをし、日 ASEAN 特別首脳会議を開催いたします。そしてその場で将来の日 ASEAN 関係と協力の大きな方向性を示すビジョンを共同で打ち出したいと考えています。政治、安全保障、経済、文化、社会の各分野にわたる幅広い協力のイニシアティブを打ち出すとともに、魅力ある文化、人的、知的交流や日本語教育支援の取り組み、これをさらに推進してまいります。こうした取り組みを通じて、日本と ASEAN の輝ける友情を次世代につなぎ、新たな時代を我々の輝ける機会とすべく、皆さんと共に前進してまいりましょう。照りまかし、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as His Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, leaving the premises. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. In a short while, we'll be tapping on the second panel discussion on resilient supply chain Indo-Pacific as a production hub for strategic industries, including EV and battery. We kindly request and we kindly invite for all participants, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated as once again we'll proceed to our next agenda, and that is the second panel discussion. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while we'll be proceeding to our next agenda, and that is the second panel discussion. We kindly invite for all participants, ladies and gentlemen, to take your seat as our next program will begin shortly. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, We kindly invite for all of you to please remain seated. And also we kindly remind you once again to ensure that all mobile devices to be switched off on or vibrate ringtone. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now tapping at the second panel discussion, Resilient Supply Chain, Indo-Pacific as a production hub for strategic industries, including EV and battery. With that said, I would like to kindly invite on stage our moderator for this panel, Mr. Tim Anderson, CEO, Sun Cable Indonesia. Our applause please for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I would like to kindly invite our esteemed speakers, Bapak Ahmad Fazri, Director of Finance at MindID. We kindly invite Ms. Jeannie Tan, Chief Commercial Officer of DP World. And also, we'd like to kindly invite Mr. Sang-Hun Yoon, Vice President, Head of Future Business Group, Hyundai Motor ASEAN Headquarters. Mr. Tim Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and have a seat, thank you. No pressure following two world leaders and just before lunch, so we will need to keep this very focused and back to business. I think we can hear the vision from our leaders, but now we need to get back and solve the world's problems in the real world. So it's great privilege to have with us three distinguished guests who will bring some perspectives around solving and reflecting on global supply chains, particularly as it relates to the ASEAN region. So in no particular order, we have representing Indonesia, Ahmad, one of the finance directors from MindID, which is an exciting new initiative from the Indonesian government to downstream a bunch of industries, so we'll talk about that. And we have from DP World, COO Jeannie from Singapore. DP World we'll hear from her about an international global player in supply chain logistics. And then Mr. Yoon, we are very privileged to have a senior representative from Hyundai talking about some of the issues faced in the ASEAN region. So the key topic today is green and resilient supply chains. So we want to talk and elaborate on that. We want to get to the focus on the key issues that are facing businesses and what are going to be the challenges and solutions to unlock further trade flows in the ASEAN region specifically. So let's start with painting the general picture. Maybe Jeannie, we could start with you. Maybe you could just explain a little bit about DP World and what your footprint is in ASEAN and your plans in that respect.
So DP World is an end-to-end logistics company. Our vision is to enable trade, and we are fully committed to...
Just check if your mic is green.
Sorry?
Green light.
What do I do with this one?
Is it green?
Nope.
Oh, it should be a green light. Bisa minta tolong dari teknisi untuk cek mic-nya ini? Bu Jeannie?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, keep talking. So maybe while we're waiting for a little technical issues, Bu Jeannie, ibunya. Yeah.
Sorry for that. Testing. Okay.
Yeah.
So DP World is an end-to-end supply chain logistic company. Our vision is to enable trade. We want to bring cargoes to our customers from the factory floor to the customer's door. We're fully committed to provide sustainable logistic solutions to our customers.
Thank you, Jeannie. Maybe Pak Ahmad, could you like to explain a little bit about the vision and mission of MindID?
So MindID actually is a state-owned enterprise. It is a consolidating platform for mining asset and operation in Indonesia. we have cover 6 major metal and mining operation in Indonesia, which is Antam, Freeport, Bukit Asam, Inalum, Timah, and so on. So from the commodity portfolio, we have copper, gold, tin, manganese, and so on. So our mandate actually is for reserve ownership, and then downstreaming. It will be our priority in the next few years, and also strengthening ecosystem for electric vehicle ecosystem.
So if I understand correctly, you have a bunch of mining companies as part of your group, and you also, I think, have a downstream battery factory or operation. Is that IBC?
Yeah, including IBC. It is green.
Yeah. So Mine ID is at the forefront of the downstreaming policy from Indonesia? Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. And Mr. Hyundai, I think we all know what Hyundai is anecdotally. You make cars and all sorts of things, but maybe you could explain a little bit about who Hyundai is in ASEAN.
Yeah, our strategy in Asia, I think here we have to provide better green mobility like the EV or hydrogen vehicle so that we can achieve carbon neutrality as planned. You know that we have been doing our best in many areas for establishing ecosystem. So I think this is our mission rather than a strategy in Asia.
Yeah. And at the moment, where do you have manufacturing of motor vehicles in ASEAN?
We have 4 different manufacturing plants in Asia, in Indonesia and Vietnam and Singapore and Malaysia. And we are building electric vehicle in Indonesia and Vietnam. We're going to try to expand the EV production in ASEAN region.
Great. So we have a context here of a downstreaming agent for the Indonesian government policy. We have a logistics provider, which is the glue and the connectivity between this, and we have a global player with increasing manufacturing footprint here in ASEAN. So what a distinguished audience to be able to unpick some of the challenges and perhaps future for green and resilient supply chains. So Jeannie, coming back to you, we know that COVID disrupted supply chains drastically, and there were disruptions and cost implications. Maybe you could paint a picture of what's the current state of supply chain industry post-COVID.
So there's a very big difference in the way customers look at supply chain pre and post-COVID. I think pre-COVID is about efficiency, is about cost, but post-COVID is about reliability, supply chain, sustainable kind of supply chain. So the focus of customers is definitely changed a lot in pre and post-COVID now.
Yeah, and I think you have a strategy which is a B2B strategy and a B2C strategy. How is that evolving in the post-COVID environment for you?
So DP World, we have a portfolio of port and terminals assets, over 90 of them globally, and that is still expanding. We also have a lot of landside logistics, which we actually can link terminal to the landside logistics together. We also have an ocean freight supply within the company itself. So our strategy is actually shorten the supply chain and provide visibility to the customers so that they can actually forecast and project better. And in terms of if there's any trade disruption, supply chain disruption, we are able to react faster and more efficiently.
Very interesting. And maybe we know that downstreaming is having an immediate impact on trade flow for Indonesia. I believe our nickel exports from Indonesia have jumped dramatically from $2 or $3 billion of essentially raw materials to $20 to $30 billion of semi-processed. Where do you see the potential for further downstreaming and the effect on increased trade exports from Indonesia from your members? Yeah. So what kind of growth do you expect to see in the downstreaming of your businesses?
So for the downstreaming, we will our priority in the next 5 years. So the ecosystem we have to develop EV ecosystem battery in Indonesia. We have quite diversified commodities to support the development of EV battery. We have nickel, and then we have copper. With the downstreaming and the improvement in processing in Indonesia, we expect the supply chains and to fulfill the demand of domestic, and also we can export some of the product globally.
Perfect. Maybe, Mr. Yuen, we know that in order to decarbonise, we need to have a lot more EVs on the road. What is your prediction in terms of the growth of EVs and the battery industry, particularly in ASEAN, as you see it?
Yeah, it's very difficult to forecast the EV demand because the EV demand is greatly affected by each country's policy and EV infrastructure. So many research companies are announcing very different forecasts, but overall, the ASEAN EV demand is expected to grow from 120,000 units in this year to about 400,000 units in 2030, which account for about 10% of total automobile demand. But I think the ASEAN EV market would grow faster than this forecast because many countries are trying to strengthen the EV policy.
Yeah, so around 120,000 units now, and you think that by 2030 at least we'll be hitting around 400,000 units of EVs being manufactured in ASEAN. So significant growth, but even more potentially if the governments implement policies to accelerate that. And I guess how can ASEAN feed its production to fulfill that demand, increasing supply of components and battery and other components?
Recently, the major automotive industrial country in ASEAN, such as Indonesia and Thailand, the government have implemented many various policies to expand the EV market and to force their own EV industry. So considering this policy and import duty, it is expected that most of the EV demand in ASEAN would be supplied internally by ASEAN countries, and the volume of imported EV from outside the region would be very limited. And when it comes to localization, currently the major EV parts are assembled and imported and assembled in ASEAN countries. But as the EV demand increases, the localization rate in ASEAN and the cost competitiveness in ASEAN region will be improved. And then the export to Indo-Pacific region as well as ASEAN region will be possible within a few years. That's why we are considering a battery cell plant in Indonesia.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that you believe that ASEAN has the capability, the products that can fulfill a large component of that manufacture, and as you say, as growth in demand, that will even make the manufacturing capacity and the supply chain to supply that manufacturing even become stronger in ASEAN. And so that's ASEAN, but I guess thinking more broadly around the Indo-Pacific, what can ASEAN do to collaborate with the broader ecosystem across the Indo-Pacific to develop the technology needed to promote that growth we talk about?
Okay. Yeah, to develop the EV industry, a certain size EV market is needed, but currently the ASEAN EV market is still in the very early stage, so it will take some more time to get the economy of the scale. So I think the first task we have to focus on is to expand EV market. And expand EV market, the price of electric vehicle should be lowered because which is very expensive than the internal combustion engine. So the financial incentive implemented in many countries would be very helpful. But in addition to this incentive, the collaboration between countries in ASEAN and in the Pacific region would be very helpful. First, I think it's the area where collaboration is needed is import tariff and the localization and technology standard. In short term, minimize the import tariff on the electric vehicle parts and resources can help EV makers supply more affordable EV into the market. But however, at the same time, the localization should be carried out gradually because localization reduces the manufacturing cost and reduce the logistics cost in long term. So most of the minimizing tariff and the localization EV part in ASEAN region and need is collaboration between ASEAN and Indo-Pacific. And when it comes to technology standardization, so the government, the cooperation between government in this region needed to unify the EV technology standard. So because standardization can minimize the investment cost in infrastructure. Also, it can use the resource efficiently. So for example, we can think about the same charging standard in this region.
Right. So I'm hearing clear messaging from a major industrial group that the policies do matter. Tariff settings and to drive the uptake or increased uptake or decreased uptake, I guess, of EVs is a significant factor. And I guess also I'm hearing that the supply chain connections between ASEAN and other key parts of the supply chain are very important drivers you see in terms of driving that future growth. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Maybe coming back to you, Jeannie, you have this global perspective and you obviously have a very strong Asia-Pacific integrated operation. So I mean, supply chain resilience, what does that mean for your business, and what are you seeing, I guess, your customers asking for in terms of solutions that deliver that supply chain resilience?
So sustainability of the supply chain is in DPW's DNA. We invest a lot in the future. So to us, our eye is high. So our customers nowadays, when they want to do business with DPW, it's very common that we see big conglomerates, they will ask for our sustainability policies and our approach, how we're going to commit and contribute to that part of the world. So I think in terms of, like Mr. Woon said, on the EV part, on the logistic chain, DPW can play a very instrumental kind of position, especially in ASEAN, where we actually operate about 18 ports and terminals across ASEAN now, and this number will continue to grow. We will actually, like I said, reduce the supply chain so that there's lesser carbon emissions, replace land transport with water-to-water connection. So instead of, for example, one container on one truck, if you can do it by barge, you can actually have 100 containers on one barge. So that will actually cut down on carbon emissions too. So this is something that is more sustainable, instead of relying on just the trucks, the labor, which is easily impacted, by weather, by labor supply, etc.
Right, so really addressing the ESG needs of your customers by having a very ambitious plan yourself as a business to decarbonize and make sure that you're as carbon neutral as quickly as possible, And Mine ID, you're downstreaming, you're increasing the processing of some of the products from your mining groups. That sounds like it's going to need a lot of energy. So in a sustainability and decarbonization world that we live in, what's the plan in terms of decarbonizing your downstreaming in terms of energy sources?
So Mine ID currently adopting International Council Mining and Metal. So we expect that we will be qualified in the next 2 years. So we're trying our process, business practices, comply with international standard. From decarbonization perspective, we also closely monitor all of the operation in our subsidiary. So we expect we can decrease around 25% in the next 5 years to 10 years. So that's our commitment to in ESG perspective.
So that's great. You've got a clear ESG strategy. Are your customers or your customers' customers asking that you have a greener supply chain, so your energy sources for your downstreaming have to be renewable, or is there some flexibility with your customers at the moment?
Some customers require the standard green activity, but some not yet required. So, but in the long run, we will pursue to meet the global standard in our mining practices and our production. So we expect that we can commit with the Paris Agreement and more friendly to the environment.
Yeah, and we know that Indonesia has a fantastic abundance of renewable energy resources, hydro, geothermal, solar. To what extent is Mine ID driving a discussion about demanding renewable energy to supply some of your downstreaming manufacturing?
So some part of our subsidiary use hydro power actually. So we expect that we can utilize the resources for the operation of another subsidiary, so we can consolidate or integrate some our production in the some area that we expect with efficient costs.
Very good. Maybe back to you, Jeannie. I mean, what are you seeing some of the biggest barriers for the adoption of green solutions with some of your customers or the supply chains that you're engaged with?
I beg your pardon, sorry?
Sorry, what are you seeing as some of the biggest barriers? You can have a strategy. The strategy can be very ambitious. It's all about implementation at the end of the day. And so I guess what are you seeing as some of the barriers or the challenges to implementing those green or ESG ambitions?
I think like also Mr. Woon mentioned, the different policies in different countries, non-standardization. There are other challenges which include cost implementation, because cost implementation for eco-friendly, sustainable solutions is usually higher than the traditional alternative. So we have to actually overcome that. We invest a lot in collaboration with big companies who share the same vision, so that we can actually defray the upfront cost. The other challenges we have is in ASEAN, in Pacific Indo, we actually have a lot of climate issues too that we need to handle, and some of them are beyond us. So these are some of the challenges that we face, when it comes to implementing all this.
Right. And Mr. Yun, at Hyundai, you I think have a strategy to integrate sustainability into your business. I mean, what's your overall plan in terms of sustainability?
Okay, yeah. Taking the example from electric vehicle batteries, there are concerns about supply shortage during the rapid growth period of electric vehicle, and there are also concerns about the depletion of raw material for the battery. So considering these concerns, the battery reuse and recycling is becoming more essential. That's why we are proactively researching the technology related to battery reuse and recycle. And I think in addition to this, with this technology, we have to make the closed life cycle for the battery, which is collecting the battery from the scrapped EV and recycling waste batteries and bring it back to the new battery production. Then we can make a circulation, and circulation can make sustainability. And I have another story about the recycling. There is the waste plastic, and we melted this plastic and the product, thread or strings from this melted plastic, and we use this string or thread to make a tool pouch. And you can see this tool pouch in Hyundai, Creta, and Stargazer. Currently, we are producing in Indonesia. So like that, we have planned to expand this application to the other part. So I think, this is the main, very important strategy for the sustainability.
Yeah, so very clear, and I mean that addresses one of the, I guess, main concerns with EV adoption and greater adoption of that technology, that it has a byproduct of waste that unless there's a plan or a strategy like you elaborate of upcycling used batteries and using some of those other packaging materials into other things. So very clear strategy, and we applaud you for that. Back to you, Ahmad. Are you seeing, you talked a little bit about ESG before, are you seeing any particular movement from any of your overseas customers around requiring you to have even stricter ESG, or what are you seeing from what are your customers overseas telling you about what requirements you need for ESG in your business?
Yeah, ESG is currently a hot topic from the activity and then financing requirement. All of investor lender also require more sustainability activity in our operation, and then some part of the world require a stricter rule about ESG activity in our mining operation. So that's why we try to commit with international standard and improve our initiative to comply with the standard of ESG global.
Got you. And maybe Jeannie, what is your understanding of the total trade flow that ASEAN represents in the Asia Pacific at the moment? What's the kind of percentage of overall volume that we're seeing in this region?
So we operate across 18 ports and terminals in ASEAN now, and like I said, we are going to grow and expand that. So in June this year itself, we are now, with the partnership of the Indonesian Investment Authority, we announced that we're going to manage and operate the Belawan new container terminal. We will put in our knowledge and expertise to actually increase the efficiency and also improve the logistics and port sector for Indonesia. We will increase it from the current 600,000 TEU capacity to 1.4 million TEU capacity. Our plan is to actually grow this Belawan terminal, a port, to be one of the hub for Indonesia and for us in Southeast Asia. And riding on that, the total projection that we have for the expenditure is about $7.5 billion US. All this will be used to improve the logistics efficiency, reduce the logistics cost, and also transform Indonesia as one of the key places that we want to participate in ASEAN.
Interesting. And as we've come out of this post-COVID disrupted supply chain, I suppose businesses around the region, around the world are thinking about, well, how can we avoid such a big impact in terms of supply chain disruptions? I mean, from your perspective, the DP World perspective, what are you doing to try and anticipate? And I guess what are your thoughts on what might be the kind of category of disruptions in the future? And I guess secondly, how are you planning to mitigate, so if those shocks do occur, your business is in a better position to kind of mitigate that for your customers?
So we always talk to stakeholders, our partners and our customers on how we can actually improve supply chain resilience. One of the things that we've been constantly doing is digitalization and also tapping on new technologies to increase efficiencies so that there's lesser manual work being done, there's higher accuracy, lesser errors, lesser mistake, and of course lesser reliance on labor or manual work to be done.
Right, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, DP World has a shipping division, so you have ships, so you're integrated in terms of all aspects of that, and you have inland container facilities as well as fulfillment centres. So maybe you could just share a little bit about what does that give you in terms of an integrated business that helps, I guess, de-risk some of those supply chain risks?
So in DP World, we operate 4 pillars. The first one is the port and terminals that I think a lot of people are very well aware of. And then we have the logistics pillar. We have the marine services pillar, where we actually operate vessels in the region. When we do not do trans-Pacific trade or transatlantic trade, it's within Europe itself and intra-Asia, in the Middle East, Africa, and India. And we also have the economic zone and the industrial parks. So when we stitch the 4 together, it's really an end-to-end supply chain So you can keep that one container or one container of cargo all within our assets. So we have better control, we create more stickiness, and lesser reliance on having to, for our customers, lesser reliance on having to work with 10 vendors in order to transport one container from A to B. We're able to be that one source, one solution.
Right, very interesting. So maybe, Ahmad, in the mining operations that you represent, you've got a suite of different mining companies. To what extent are new technologies, decarbonised technology, maybe EVs of heavy machinery, starting to be used by your member shareholders?
So, in terms of technology, we invite corporations from other countries to improve our operation. For IBC, we have from China to build partnership in Indonesia, and then in some area also we have collaborate with other company to improve our capability in technology. So in terms of technology, we try to invite other company to partner, to build partnerships in Indonesia.
Fantastic. And I suppose, given we've covered a bit of at a business level, let's maybe just talk a little bit about the policy settings and support. We heard from Hyundai suggesting that the right policy settings around low tariffs or no tariffs or incentives to uptake in the EV will have a significant impact on the uptake of vehicles there. I guess thinking more broadly around what kind of trade settings or policies ideally should we be wanting from at an ASEAN level to basically promote further growth? Maybe starting with you, Jeannie, what are your thoughts in terms of what can governments and the ASEAN collective do to further enhance those trade flows? Jeannie?
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, so if we're thinking about the policy level, and what can the governments and or ASEAN do to facilitate even more encouraging trade policies to improve the flow of goods and services across ASEAN?
Yeah, I think the countries in ASEAN will have to really be committed and work together to develop new policies, and the fact that there are still trade disputes or trade bans, this is something that we need to lend a lot of weight on so that we have a more stable, economic kind of thing within ASEAN. So this is something that we hope that ASEAN can do, and we are definitely there to be committed, to support in this case.
Yeah. Maybe for Ahmad, for you at MineID, I mean, obviously you are a beneficiary, you are a product of the downstreaming policy of Indonesia, where we take raw extracted minerals and process them. I mean, at an ASEAN level, what policies or initiatives would you like to see at ASEAN which would help your business even more?
So I think that the government should be encourage the activity. In Indonesia, recently Financial Services Authority just released carbon trading regulation. Maybe soon will be implemented. Something like government intervention, provide incentive, or this incentive will accelerate the goals that we.
Very good. All right. I think we've covered some really interesting topics, of course, of this discussion. I mean, as we start to think about wrapping up the session, I mean, what would be one takeaway you'd like the audience to be left with in terms of a key point from each of your perspectives around what can be done to further enhance both a green and a resilient supply chain? So just maybe a closing comment, 1 or 2 minutes, I guess, from each of you, just around what would you like to see done in the broad sense, market and policy settings, I guess, to improve that green and resilient supply chain. So maybe, Ahmad, if you'd like to start, and then we'll work down one by one. I guess closing remarks, downstreaming, it seems to be working, but what would you like to see?
So Indonesia have rich in natural resources. So we will utilize our natural resources for build one of our mandate is strengthening EV battery ecosystem. So we will utilize, exploit our resources from downstreaming and then build capability to support EV battery ecosystem.
Right. So acceleration of the downstreaming is what I'm hearing from you. Maybe Jenny, what are your kind of parting thoughts on this topic, and where do you see the future?
So sustainability, I think, is everybody's responsibility. Big companies like ourselves and over here, we are fully committed. So whether it's investment in technology, investment in hours, in efforts to reduce carbon emission. So that includes like using eco-friendly EVs, in our port and terminals, or technologies on, like, for example, we have box bay, which is a high bay container storage. So automation, reduce unproductive vehicle move within the yards. So basically fully committed, and to accelerate to meet our target of net zero by 2050.
Right. And Mr. Yun, from Hyundai's perspective, what are your last thoughts or reflections on this particular topic?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think the first task we have to focus on is to expand the EV market. And in order to expand the EV market, the collaboration between ASEAN countries is important. For example, if there is a policy only for the one country, then it can make a block the trade of electric vehicles. So I think here collaboration between the ASEAN countries will be very helpful for us.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard some really interesting insights, and I just like to try and capture those before we close out the session. So, we've been trying to explore and unpick, I guess, the state of the market at the moment around where trade flows are and how they're impacted by ESG and the impact of strategies are related to green and resilient supply chains. So I guess we can pull out a few themes that have been nicely described by our panelists. So it sounds like to me that ASEAN is back in terms of fundamental trade flows seem to be back on pre-COVID levels. Secondly, we're hearing from all of the panelists that each in their own way, the companies and corporations they represent, have very, very clear ESG and decarbonisation goals. I think that's a positive. We've also heard that policy settings at an individual government and a regional government are very important, and in the context of EVs uptake and the supply chain, vertically supply chain, we've heard from speakers that confirm that those policies do have an impact. And so the ability that incentives in individual markets, the ease of which the supply chains can bring components at low or no tariffs, those things we've heard really do matter in terms of accelerating the green part of the supply chain. I guess in terms of resilience, we've heard the strategy from DP World. We've heard their business, which is so integrated these days. It's not just, we're not talking about ocean-facing ports, we're talking about a whole variety of assets, and each component of the transport and logistics from point to point is now part of an integrated solution. And that provides a real assurance to customers that the shocks that may have previously existed where a pinch point in supply chain might result in a significant increase in cost or constraints around supply. Companies such as DP World going very deep and vertical as a way to future-proof. So I'm getting a sense of optimism. I think hearing the projections around the growth of EV uptake in ASEAN, and the optimism that, in fact, with a few slight changes in policies, that could be even accelerated more. I think that's the incentive for politicians and the system to be able to encourage even more. I mean, we're talking about 3 times, 4 times growth of EV manufacture and supply in ASEAN from factories like Hyundai across the 4 countries that you're manufacturing. I think it's encouraging from the Indonesian side to see the success of your downstreaming, adding value, along with a commitment to do that with strong ESG values. So I think overall, we can face this issue, which has been, I mean, most economies, the logistics costs are a significant proportion of GDP. We know that. Indonesia, typically, some years, the costs of logistics equal over 30% of GDP. It's a massive amount of large economies. And so I thank you, panelists, for sharing some of the insights, both from your corporate perspective, but also, frankly speaking, on some of the things that we can ask governments and policymakers to do. And I think we can all have some optimism that going forward, we can have confidence that our supply chains will be increasingly lower carbon, the values of ESG implemented in a way that meets both your corporate objectives, but more importantly, the objectives of your customers and broader society. So I think we can conclude that we should have an air of optimism around supply chains and the size of the market and the extent which manufacture of EVs, for example, can be fulfilled within the ASEAN region is real cause for optimism. So on that note, I'd like to thank the panelists, if you could join with me in thanking the speakers for sharing your time and your thoughts. And I also thank you for your attention and look forward to being able to share and discuss these topics further. Terima kasih banyak and selamat siang.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we have a round of applause, please, for our panelist, our moderator, Mr. Tim Anderson, for conducting the second panel discussion, and also our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. Yes, please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next agenda, we would like to thank you to our sponsors, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, InJourney, Eriang, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance. And also, we'd like to thank you for your support by ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S. ASEAN Business Council, and World Intellectual Property Organization. And also thank you to ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg News, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, TELUS, and Zoom who have been supporting our event, ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum, implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly thank you for your time and attendance for the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum Day 2. And momentarily, we will commence the last panel for Sub-Theme 1. And also, ladies and gentlemen, and also our distinguished delegates and all participants, once again, we'd like to also remind you to please keep seated and also to ensure that all your mobile device or any telecommunication device to be switched on your ringtone to silent or vibrate mode. We'll begin momentarily with our last panel of Sub-Theme 1. And ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we'd like to commence our last panel for Sub-Theme 1, and this panel will discuss addressing energy trilemma, balancing energy security, affordability, and sustainability. With that said, we would like to kindly invite on stage our moderator. It is our honor to invite Ms. Caroline Chua of Bloomberg News. Can we have an applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator for the last panel? And also, we'd like to kindly invite our distinguished speaker, Bapak Dermawan Prasojo, CEO of PLN. Mohon izin Bapak, terima kasih. We'd like to kindly invite Ms. Kathy Wu, Regional President AIPF of BP. to also invite Ms. Eno Abong, Director of U.S. Trade and Development Agency. And last but not the least, we'd like to invite Mr. Goldie Hyder, CEO of Canada Business Council. Mrs. Carolyn Chua, you may proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Selamat pagi. It's great to be here, and thank you all panelists for taking time to join us today. So we don't have a lot of time, but this is a really important topic and lots to discuss. So I'd like to jump straight in and just to check if you can hear me okay. Can you hear?
That's very faint.
It's very faint. It's a bit faint. I'll try to speak up and see if that works. So as the energy demand grows in Southeast Asia because of economic growth, rising population, but we're now also balancing the commitment to climate net zero targets, the energy trilemma looks set to increase. It's going to be very difficult to balance power demand with security, affordability, and sustainability. So I'd like to open the discussion with a question to all of our panelists. How do you think ASEAN is faring in terms of addressing the energy trilemma? So Pak Damawan, if we could start with you, please.
Well, first thing is the earth is warming. And the future of the next generation might be compromised. So we need to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And I'm here to announce that PLN is the National Electric Company of Indonesia, is fully committed exactly to do so. You know. But in the same time, the growth of economic is very rapid. The additional demand is also very high. How are we going to be able to balance between growth and sustainability? And let me share with you, in the past, when we're talking about cheap energy, it's dirty. But let me share with you also that humankind innovates. The price of renewable energy is going down because of innovation year by year, month by month, week by week, day by day. When I auctioned solar in 2015, it's 26 cents per kilowatt hour. When I auctioned wind in 2018, it was 12 cents per hour, per kilowatt hour. Today, solar is 5 cents, wind is only 5.5 cents. So today, when we're talking about clean energy, is cheap. When we're talking about cheap energy, is clean. Yes, there's a trilemma. Affordability, security, and sustainability. In the past, it's a multiple conflicting goals. But with this kind of humankind innovations, it's going to reach what we call the convergence. In that regard, I still believe that humankind always prevail with that kind of innovation. And this is the case with Indonesia. How are we going to walk the talk? 2 years ago, we already removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase. That's avoiding 1.8 billion metric tons of CO2 greenhouse gas emission in the span of 25 years. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We remove 1.1 gigawatt of coal and replacing it directly with renewable energy running as a baseload. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We devised the greenest national electricity planning in the history of Indonesia 2 years ago. The additional generation capacity, 51% is coming from renewable energy. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. We already launched a net zero emission by 2060. Where do we go from here today? Is it enough? No. We are in the process of devising, designing, redesign the national electricity planning. With the new one, we understand there is a mismatch between the large-scale sources of renewable energy located in those remote areas, scattered, mismatched with the epicenter of demand. We need to build the green enabling transmission line. In the past, when we're talking about the base load, is coming from coal, 5-6 cents per kilowatt hour. In the past, wind and solar is roughly 11-12 cents. So adding solar and wind at that time is actually to drive the cost up, increase the price of electricity. How about today? There is a new presidential regulations actually stipulating that we're not going to be able to design and build any more coal. So the baseload generation capacity, the new one is coming from gas-fired power plants, hydro and geothermal. When we auction it, it's roughly 9 until 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Price is going to increase. But today, wind and solar, when we auction it, it's only 5 until 6 cents per kilowatt hour. So in the past, adding solar and wind is going to increase the price. But today, adding solar and wind is going to reduce the cost of electricity. That's why we are in the process right now designing and building the smart grid with flexible generation, smart transmission, smart dispatch center, smart distribution, smart meter. With this kind of fashion in which we're treating this as a challenge, yes, but also we're treating this as an opportunity. How we're going to grow. With this new kind of a planning, we are able to add additional 32 gigawatt of renewable energy as a base load with this kind of a green enabling transmission line. With this newer smart grid, we are able to add previously only 5 gigawatt of variable renewable energy, solar and wind, to become 28 gigawatt of variable renewable energy. In that regard, I'm very optimistic here. Yes, the challenge is huge, but we have a conviction with this kind of a shifting from previously fragmented global communities to become unified with this kind of forum is giving us a sense of pride. No matter the challenge ahead, we're going to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Ramawan. And I think you mentioned about infrastructure and the grid, and I'd like to come back to that. But Kathy, if we could move to you.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
No, I think, could we do a mic check for Kathy, please? Can you try again, maybe?
Not good mics.
Do you want to try again?
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Oh, my mic is not on. All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we see there is strong commitment from the ASEAN governments to
Hello? Yeah. Much better. Yeah, thank you. So we see very strong commitment from the ASEAN governments to make sure this energy transition, which is a very complex problem, to be achieved in a sustainable way through collaboration, through building up connectivity, and in an orderly and just way. So ASEAN, we see ASEAN has a huge role to play and has a bright future. We see this energy trilemma needs to be responded in a and strategy, which means at BP we're investing in what the world needs today in terms of energy system, which is still primarily hydrocarbons. At the same time, spend money, investments to build our energy transition for the future. And we need all of those, not just one single source of energy, because of the enormity of the challenges. And we believe strongly that natural gas, because of its features serving as base load, is a very effective bridging fuel. But natural gas development itself is not enough. We need to bring CCS, which is carbon storage and utilization, to enable sustainable natural gas development. And BP, both from a corporate company standpoint and in Indonesia, we're exactly doing that. And I'm happy to share a bit later.
And Ms.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. And I'd just like to quickly thank the organizers, the government of Indonesia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for gathering us all for these very important discussions. So from our perspective, and I should say very briefly, I represent the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, which is a U.S. government agency that's focused on supporting the development of high-quality infrastructure, and at the same time bringing solutions, technologies, innovations that the U.S. has to offer. So I say that by way of prefacing that everything almost that I will say today is coming from that very pragmatic point of view of preparing projects for implementation, for financing, and for sustainability in the end. So from our perspective, ASEAN is really looking at how that focus, it is very much an understanding of what will it take in terms of preparing projects that can actually be implemented. For the benefit of the region, for example, we are looking at regional sort of interconnectedness projects, and that's very important to focus on the how, the details. Similarly, with electric vehicles, which we hear a lot of, what does that actually mean? What are the policies? What are the recommendations that would be necessary to actually do this? So ASEAN is looking proactively at grappling with some of these very challenging issues, and I think that kind of direction is going to be critical if there's going to be success in facing the challenges. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. And Goldie?
Your question, Caroline, was how is ASEAN doing? And I suppose I could play to the audience and say you're doing a great job. You're doing all right. You've got the good intentions, great ideas, you're bringing down costs, and you're investing. I could lose the audience by saying, nah, you're doing okay, but really not that great, because you continue to use a lot of coal in this region. Or I could say to you that, in fact, it doesn't matter. And you might be surprised. And I say that because carbon emissions, much like COVID, pay no respect to regions, pay no respect to borders, don't clear customs and immigration. They move around. So even if you were doing great, it doesn't matter, because we all need to do great. That's the first point I think we all have to recognize, is we're truly in this together. And that means you have to be honest about the facts. And for too long, we have allowed the facts to get away from our narrative. So if it's already going to be, and believe me, this transition, first of all, it's a transition. Secondly, it's going to be really, really hard. There's nothing easy about this. It's going to be a mess. It's not a straight line. No matter the best of intentions, the best of will, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very complicated. But you know what will make it more complicated? Is if we set aside the facts. And for too long, we've allowed sort of the louder voices, if you will, to set aside the facts. First fact, we're still going to need traditional fossil fuels. At least for the next 30 to 40 years, according to the OECD. You know those cars that we're taking off the roads to get you an electrical vehicle? We're not having a funeral for them and sticking them 6 feet underground. They're being sent somewhere else in the world to be used. They're still going to need gasoline. They're still going to need sources of energy that are traditional. We have to do a significantly better job in promoting the fact that we are not going to achieve net zero without nuclear. For too long, environmentalists, with all due respect, have said, we're going to do net zero without nuclear. Now, many of them have come to the realization that, in fact, nuclear, particularly the innovation that's being led in Canada, small modular nuclear reactors, are going to be a critical piece of helping organize our countries and businesses and society to reach their net zero targets. We're going to rely heavily on carbon capture, something else that environmentalists in particular have said, we don't need to do that. It encourages the creation of carbon. We are going to create carbon. We're breathing, we're alive, we move, we do things. Of course carbon's going to be created. We're going to have to capture it, and we're going to have to store it somewhere. We're going to have to figure out about something as complicated as hydrogen. We're all excited about green hydrogen, but it's going to take a lot of water. It's going to take a lot of electricity. It's going to take a lot of infrastructure. And so these are hard truths that I think we all have to come to grips with. And I'll stop there, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about the trilemma, we remember that a trilemma is supposed to be effectively 3 equal solutions to a complex problem. And I'd like to get into the discussion where I believe they're not equal, and that in fact the most important one amongst those 3 of energy security, sustainability, and affordability is the last one, because we're only going to be able to move as far and as fast as our societies allow us to do. See Germany. Went too fast, too soon on renewables, and now they're running coal plants and had to go back to gas because the society couldn't afford the transition. So we have to be very conscious of the best of intentions here, can be pulled back very quickly in a society, irrespective of your form of government. We serve the people.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to come back to you. Govi, you mentioned that we'll need a lot of infrastructure. Pak Dharmawan, you mentioned earlier that the conflict among the 3 aspects of energy trilemma may actually be easing. So, for example, affordability and sustainability don't have to be mutually exclusive today. And I know, so I'd like to get your views on that. Is it now possible to balance the energy trilemma? And given that we will need so much new infrastructure to get there, like, how do you see the role of USTDA in this?
Thank you for that. And I will admit, in a previous life, I was an attorney, and so I often answered questions about, is it possible with, it depends. But I actually want to go out on a limb today and say, yes, it is possible to balance it, and that view is formed by what I do now in the context of project preparation for infrastructure projects. Because I believe if you keep certain elements in mind, that you can approach the infrastructure of the future that is going to absolutely be addressing the challenges of transition and more, that you can do it in a balanced way. So, a couple of the elements that I would call to mind. Number one, I think we are all in this mindset of creating partnerships, and partnerships that are real, partnerships that look to cross the cross-section of what it needs to stand up infrastructure, whether it is technology providers, whether it is financiers, whether it is project preparers. This all has to be done in the mind of we have to do this in a way that works, taking various elements into mind. Policy and regulations are really critical in that as well. I would say that we also have to be willing to invest in innovative technologies. On the one hand, being willing to risk and test sort of completely new technologies is huge. On the other hand, you have to be willing to apply already existing technologies in an innovative way. I think that will get us a long way towards this balancing. Number three, I think you have to think about, and I almost use these interchangeably, access, i.e. affordability, from the beginning. When you're planning projects, think about who it is and how it is that women, the people in underserved communities, how is this going to impact them? And if you're thinking about that in the beginning, you're going to build something that is accessible and therefore affordable as well. I would say that you have to prioritize project preparation, obviously. I would say that, but it's actually critical to be able to get the financing that you need to be able to stand up these projects and to make sure that they're technically designed well. And then finally, I would say look at the ecosystem of what you're trying to accomplish. I'm going to pick out one subject in particular that doesn't seem that related to project preparation, but you need to keep in mind, and that is procurement. Procurement of infrastructure. It is, it can make or break. And so thinking about how you procure, and in our view at USTDA, you do it in a way that takes into account the life cycle, that takes into account the value, And we've taken the time to educate procurement officials around the world on this subject. So those are the elements that I see, and because of that, I do think that you can approach this in a balanced way. You just have to think early, and you have to take into account the entire ecosystem of what will be necessary to accomplish your goals.
Thank you, and I think that's a great view. So it's a lot about preparation and embracing the newer technologies that could come in, but preparing the landscape for it now. So Kathy, if we could come to you. You mentioned a few technologies earlier that some may consider a little bit nascent and not yet at a commercial level that can be scaled up and deployed very widely, such as CCS. Could you share share more on some of these specific projects you're working on, how close, how far we are from commercially deploying these technologies?
So I think first of all, to fix this problem of scale that we're facing in the world, we definitely need critical technology, new technology development, and new technology application. So in this space, collaboration between government, industry, and academia is a huge enabler. And the process we need to go through is to innovate, to come up with new ideas, to test them, to make them effective, that they do what they're supposed to do, reduce the cost, and to find actual applications where we can scale them up to achieve the massive effect, if you will. And it's not purely from a lab setting. A lot of these new technology applications are born from the practices the industry has been doing for decades. So one example, BP is investing significant amount of money in our Tangguh LNG. It's already the largest gas field in country, and we're building the CCUS capability to this. When the CO2 comes out of reservoir, we re-inject back, but that's only the foundational level. And there are a couple of new applications of this CO2 re-injection. Number one is we're using that to engage in enhanced gas recovery, and that application on an existing technology is the first in the world. I think secondly is the reservoir themselves are huge. In Tangguh, we have reservoir capacity of up to 1.8 gigatons. So from that standpoint, we would have the capacity to store CO2, not just from our Tangguh, our field, but from domestic emission sources and also international sources. We talked about infrastructure. Of course, there's physical infrastructure. I think there's also a policy regulatory infrastructure that is hugely important. And over the last year, Indonesia government has been moving at a very fast pace to build the regulatory framework through the regulations and to enable the CCS industry. The policy and the regulatory infrastructure is hugely enabling. And from BP's standpoint, we're very supportive, and we applaud the Indonesia government's leadership in this space and the collaboration with the industry.
Thank you, Kathy. And Pak Damawan, if I can come to you. So if we think now about the energy transition in the power sector, and as you mentioned earlier, the grid, we can't run away from the discussion around the grid, digitalizing it, smart grid, but also extending the grid out so that it could accommodate all the renewables that we hope to build. So be it the domestic grid here in Indonesia or the ASEAN power grid that has been widely discussed, could you share with us some of the challenges, and perhaps what are the collaboration opportunities that people can work with you and together to help push that and drive that implementation sooner?
First, I want to say thank you to British Petroleum. Actually, we are the biggest customer, the anchor buyer of British Petroleum in Indonesia. And can you imagine this? And we are entering a critical phase of transition of energy. Why I'm calling it critical? Because it offers huge, tremendous challenges, but also magnificent opportunities. Challenges. We're talking about, when we're talking about gas-fired power plants, 1 gigawatt is only $500 million US. Hydro, 1 gigawatt is roughly $2 billion US. Geothermal, 1 gigawatt is $2.7 billion US. Capex investment, meaning that the investment is quadruple. Meaning that's increasing huge amount of debt. But in the same time also the operational cost and operational expenditure, the fuel cost of renewable energy is very low. So it's when we're talking about renewable energy as a base load, it's a front-loaded investment. The levelized cost of electricity is going to be roughly the same, but it's going to be amortized in the next 25 years. So the biggest challenge of the transition of energy is how we're going to be able to deploy large amount of capital. And of course, this kind of forum, the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum is giving us a sense of pride. Previously, fragmented global communities today becoming unified. With that kind of fighting spirit, we are very sure no matter the challenge ahead, we're going to be able to move forward. We're talking about collaboration of policy, collaboration of technology, collaboration of innovations, collaboration of co-investments. This is local, national, regional, and also international. And about the Asian power grid. During the COVID-19, and we can see that the Asian regions has been enjoying a very strong resilience. Why? Because of collaborations. But when we're talking about the networks of energy, I think we are kind of left behind. We need to work on it. When we're talking about interconnected grid, it's actually offering secure, robust, sustainable supply of energy. But today, even in Indonesia, Sumatra and Java, the transmission is not connected. Kalimantan to Java is not connected. So that's why we are facing, like I presented before, a mismatch between the sources of large-scale base load renewable energy, hydro and geothermal, in those remote areas with the location of epicentrum demand on the other part of the region in Java. So we need to build the green enabling transmission line. And the dream of the Asian power grid is actually reflecting the dream of how we're going to be able to grow together, providing robust supply of energy, much more reliable energy, but this also facing a lot of complexities. We have to navigate the complexities of the technical difficulties of building transmission line, the cross-border transmission line from Laos to Vietnam to Cambodia, to Malaysia, to Singapore, to Indonesia, the whole area. We have to navigate the complexities of how aligning some kind of different policies, how we're going to be able to come up with some kind of a commercial feasibilities. This is requiring large amount of investment. So we have to come up with a term in which there is a way to recover the investment back. How about we going to be able to map out every single risk, and each of the risks has to be addressed properly. And then the internal rate of return is going to be commercially feasible. And then also we're talking about legal complexity. So, but with this kind of forum, we understand the ASEAN power grid is not only about towers, it's not only about wires, it's not only about substations, but it's representing a new strength of ASEAN, reflecting the shift of previously fragmented ASEAN to become unified for one purpose of all, prosperity for the Asian region. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, if I can come back to you, Pak Damawan has mentioned, some of the challenges like technical and harmonization of policies, if you're looking at interconnected grids around the region, will require a whole other discussion that we perhaps don't have the time for today. But I hope to at least address maybe some of the other challenges mentioned, like capital, how do we de-risk the projects? And USTDA has a lot of experience in that. Could you just perhaps share what are some of the factors that would make you comfortable to enter and invest in some of these infrastructure assets that's needed to push the energy transition?
Absolutely. I think it's such a critical question. And again, from our perspective as being engaged in that early stage of preparing projects, obviously bringing down, limiting the risk to potential investors. And because we are providing assistance through grant-based funding for technical assistance, feasibility studies, pilot projects, the kinds of things that are going to give that assurance to investors. It is very important for us to have our ducks in a row as to the criteria, the factors that will enable us to invest. And perhaps I'll answer the question by example, which is the fact that we have supported here in Indonesia the feasibility, looking at the technical assistance for setting up this first small modular reactor here. So this is looking at advanced nuclear, to Goldie's point earlier, technology, which, doesn't yet exist, but has gone a long way in terms of research and development. And so for an agency that, again, using taxpayer funds, but embracing the fact that we do have to take considered risk, then, how do we do that? So first, of course, is understanding the research, the analysis, what has gone into the product so far. For us, we're fortunate to have experts in our Department of Energy, in our Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So we are able to build on that expertise. We're able to understand the partners that we have who are knowledgeable in the field, who are in communication with our regulatory counterparts. That is important because the regulatory environment has to be developed at pace. And when a new technology, how do you do that? Well, you do that by engaging and sharing information and sharing knowledge. So that piece is something we very much look to in terms of the prospects for success. I would also say that it's important that we see a willingness, even if the sector isn't known, to build on knowledge that does exist, for the regulators to have an inclination to give us a sense that, okay, this will work. I have to, and I can't underscore enough, the technical acumen that we rely on. And this comes from the private sector. In this case, our partner here with the small modular reactor that we're looking at in West Kalimantan is Indonesia Power. They have selected a US firm, NewScale, to look at this possibility. But there's a range of partners here. There is a subsidiary from Texas-based Fluor, and there's a Japanese corporation, JGC. So it's a whole constellation of technical experts. It's critical to making sure that we're doing this in the right way. The last piece I will talk about is communication. And it begins early, and it's not just on the technical sense, it's not just capacity building in the technical part, but also with your population, with your communities, to really be able to explain what it is you're thinking about, what it is you're planning, and how and what the risks and impacts are.
Thank you. And Goldie, if I can come to you, you mentioned right at the start that we are all in this together, right? And I think one advantage of perhaps the ASEAN region is to be able to look at the best practices of what has happened in other countries and to be able to leapfrog the energy transition here. So could you share with us, what are some of the ways and initiatives in Canada that have helped to promote sustainable alternatives that also help to balance the energy trilemma that perhaps we could adopt here in the region?
Carbon tax. You want to incent the behavior you want. I mean, there's not many countries that have taken that approach, but a carbon tax is the most market-sensitive way to start changing behavior. The United States doesn't have it. Many other countries don't have it. It's going to be complicated as we start talking about carbon border adjustments and so forth. The communication, the education, the responsibility that governments and businesses and others have to bring the public with us, I think is an important component of it. Look, this issue is the issue of our time. It is wrought with challenges, but it also creates opportunities. And there's no question that there are many of those. And I'm very proud as a Canadian that our government and the ASEAN governments have now brought in Canada as a strategic partner to the ASEAN. And I think it's a good moment where we can both benefit from what each of us can bring to the table. There's a lot of synergies here. We have what you need, you have what we need. We both have really smart people. We're both going to be much more aggressive and innovative in terms of dealing with the issues. But we have to be, again, back to my point about being honest about where we find ourselves. There are some systemic issues that we're going to deal with. One, if you ask me what's keeping many CEOs, not just in Canada, but many CEOs I interact with around the world up at night, the answer might surprise you. The answer is the decline of democracy. That it's becoming very difficult for capital to be deployed and form and achieve the purpose of deploying that in democracies. Now I know in the ASEAN there are different forms of governments, but you know what? All democracies aren't the same, all communists aren't the same, all autocrats aren't the same, but capital is frankly neutral when it comes to an ideology. Capital is neutral when it comes to a nationality. Capital has an anthem. How do I make $1 too? I will go wherever it is to make $1 too. And if we're not careful, we're actually going to embolden some of the very societies that we're competing against. And so what do we need from those democracies? But not just democracies, all forms of government as businesses, because with all due respect, governments are only going to be able to spend so much. It's going to be largely, if not almost all of it, private sector led. Governments can enable, they can create incentives. Just for context, the IRA is about $400 billion, maybe $500 billion. It's estimated that all of today's global GDP, which is in the $135 trillion range, is going to be necessary to get to net zero by 2050. There's no way governments can pay for all of that. So they have to create the incentives for businesses to be able to lead on this transition. So what's holding us back? Number one, I would say to you, is policy certainty. We need policy predictability, permitting stability, permitting reform, where we know that if you follow the rules, it doesn't matter who's in power, because with all due respect, governments come and governments go. But businesses have to make investments for the long haul. Otherwise, we get stranded assets. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today. Right? We're being forced to strand our assets to develop new technology. But someone has to pay for all of that. And so policy predictability, policy certainty is a very, very big part of that. The second issue here is what we've discussed is about infrastructure. This is not sexy stuff, but you know what? If you're going to capture carbon, you're going to have to put it into a pipe. You're going to have to build that pipe to be able to store it in certain demographies and geographies that you can't just store it wherever. You have to have certain conditions to do that. And so if people get in the way of the development of the infrastructure, then they're actually getting in the way of reducing emissions. And so we've got to connect infrastructure development to the achievement of our emissions goals. For now, it's seen as unnecessary. We don't need more infrastructure. The fact is, we need a lot more infrastructure. Third of 4 points. The third one is simply this. If you ask most people who have said they've made their 2050 commitments, so they're going to get to net zero, if they're honest with you, they will tell you they don't know how. They will tell you that we figured out how to do 30%, maybe 40%, maybe 50%. Sure, there's some exceptions who figured out how to do it, okay? But the vast majority of them are banking on innovation to happen. We don't really know exactly how we're going to get there from here to there. And innovation requires patience. Most innovation is successful after failing. So we're going to do some things, we're going to fail, we're going to figure out how to do it better, and we're going to keep working at it. And that's where I think collaboration with ASEAN, with other regions in the world, is going to be so central to what we do. And then the fourth component of this, and I just want to repeat it one more time, because if there's a significant risk out there that will get in the way of the progress that we are trying to make and need to make on climate change, on reducing emissions, it is if we lose our publics. If we cannot bring society with us on the journey that we're going, they will slingshot you back into reality. I mean, it's very difficult in your country, the United States, where black becomes white or red becomes blue on day one of a new administration. An executive order can cancel a pipeline. An executive order can remove a carbon tax. An executive order can do all kinds of things. That will not be conducive to capital forming in your country, so you're incenting your way there, but how much of that can you really do in the long run? Right? And so we have to make sure that we're bringing our public with us on this journey and building the infrastructure that they need, particularly electricity grids, particularly cheaper energy such as small modular nuclear reactors, particularly hydrogen and other things which are not easy to do. They're complicated. And so we have to have a truth conversation with our society. Otherwise, we're talking amongst the elites here, we're talking amongst ourselves, and we will be reminded, as smart as we may all be, the public will decide how far we can go and how fast we can go.
Thank you. And I think we've been talking about the energy transition trilemma as to what's needed in terms of infrastructure as a necessary journey. But an emerging dimension of the energy transition is also about retaining or even enhancing country competitiveness, industrial competitiveness. So, Kathy, if you could share with us briefly and quickly, how do you see these aspects now shaping businesses' decisions, countries' decisions about energy mix or, investment decisions?
Yeah. So I think in terms of increasing countries' competitiveness is not a new topic. And of course, the agenda in terms of energy transition, because of the magnitude where the amount of investments are needed, Bloomberg talked about 7 trillion per year being needed for us, for the world, to reach net zero between now and 2050, the need for technology, the need for collaboration, that puts the country competitiveness in the new light. On one hand, we do need to collaborate. At the same time, each country really presents the ability to attract capital. I think from an industry participant standpoint, we look at several factors, if you will. First is really the demand that drives a lot of potential, the supply potential, and the technology needed, how mature, would we be able to decrease the cost and increase the reliability so it's scalable. And the infrastructure that I talked about, not just the physical infrastructure, but also the policy infrastructure. And to compete for investments globally. BP has a global portfolio. All of the projects need to meet the hurdle rate. And we look at those factors, the supply, the demand, the infrastructure, the technology, and how stable it is that our projects will be able to survive and be successful for many years because of the long cycle of these projects. I think also innovation and how a country, government is welcoming the new development. BP is exploring low carbon energy opportunities within ASEAN, and Indonesia is very gifted with a lot of geothermal, solar, all sources of new energy, and how can we forge new relationships to make our projects economic, establish the commerciality as the first step, and gradually, steadily scale up so then they can be sustainable over the long term. And we cannot do it alone. That's why collaborating with our national partners, with other IOCs, is critical factor to success.
Thank you. And I think the keywords that we've been hearing a lot is collaboration, preparation, and investing in infrastructure to get us there. We only have a couple of minutes left on the clock, so I'd like to shoot a fire round question to all of the panelists to close this out. Can Indonesia achieve net zero emissions by 2060 while maintaining global economic competitiveness? Goldie?
Yes is the answer, but we've all discussed how, and that's the hard part here, is we need the leadership, we need the will, we need the capital, we need the innovative capacity to do so.
I would also say yes, but let's not let the moment that we are in pass us by. We have reached a level of awareness that I don't think can be peeled back. in terms of the importance of these issues, in terms of the collectiveness in which we are talking about these issues. And I think that that cannot be underestimated, but it's incumbent on all of us from our perspectives, including where we have the ability to facilitate and bring together parties that can act here, to act, to keep moving the ball forward, even within the vicissitudes of political change, because we have come quite far in a short time, and we have to make sure that we continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy?
So I would say definitely visa. I think from our standpoint, Indonesia is a very important country in our global portfolio. We've been here for more than 50 years, and we would like to contribute to the long-term sustainable energy security and energy transition agenda the country has. Going back to what I said earlier, the end is very, very important. These things do not happen overnight and full of challenges. So we need to invest in the energy systems that the world needs today. We also need to start investing in innovating for what the world will need tomorrow. So we need all of them. And I also wanted to say that each country, each region, the economic circumstances are different. The path to transition is different. And we need to look into the actual situation, the need to figure out the how. That's really the challenging piece. But BP is very committed to supporting ASEAN community, supporting Indonesia to reach our goals.
Thank you. And Pak Damawan?
Yes, we need to make sure that the future of the next generation should be better than ours, and we are fully committed exactly to do so. And we're doing this not only because of international environmental agreement, not only because of policy, we do this because we really care. How are we going to walk the talk? I think yes, we can. We're going to be able to achieve net zero emission by 2060. But we need to get the right policy, regulatory framework in place. We need to design an ecosystem that is conducive for green investment. We need to come up with some kind of collaboration of policy, technology, innovations, co-investment in every single sense. We're not going to be able to bear the burden alone. And PLN here, we're giving the best we can. And in the past, our main job was to provide electricity. But in the future, our main job is to take care of the environment, while electricity is our byproduct. Thank you.
Thank you. And I love the sense of optimism, right? And I think we all acknowledge that there's still a lot of work to be done, but let us also look back at the past few years, and we have seen that the momentum has remained so strong for Indonesia, for PLN, and let us, let that encourage us to continue exploring the collaboration partnerships that we need to move even further on. So thank you. Please join me in thanking my panelists today.
Thank you very much to Ms. Carolyn Chua and also to our distinguished speakers for the last panel discussion for our sub-theme 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to conclude the Green Infrastructure and Resilient Supply Chain sub-theme. And as of right now, we would like to inform you it is time for a lunch break. A lunch has been prepared for you at the lobby floor, and also a Standard Chartered is conducting its luncheon called Standard Chartered ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Luncheon, accelerating a just transition to net zero in ASEAN at Cascade Lounge. We'd like to also inform you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, that our sub-theme 2, Sustainable and Innovative Financing, will begin at 2 p.m. local time in this ballroom. Therefore, please make your way back to the premises, to the ballroom at 1:50 p.m. local time. And we still have a lot of prominent speakers and also interesting discussion in our second half of ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum right here at the Mulia Hotel, Jakarta. With that said, have a great lunch to all our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you at 2.
BRI BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia. BRI is a large state-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment. BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia.
BNI harus semakin proaktif dan responsif. BNI terus konsisten untuk mendorong UMKM kita naik kelas.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very good morning, His Excellency Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Good morning. The Honorable Mr. Parjono, Assistant Minister for Macroeconomic and International Finance, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. And also our moderator, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Mr. Nur Syaifuddin, Senior Policy Analyst, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, and also Ms. Pandi Putuoka Kusumardani, Head of Center for State Revenue Policy, and also the prominent speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to the Jakarta on Seminar on Energy Transition Mechanism, ASEAN Country Updates. My name is Rima Budiarti. I'm from Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, and absolutely it's an honor for me to be your master of ceremony for today's seminar. First of all, let us extend our warmest and most sincere welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia. And since now we are in Jakarta, I would like to present one of traditional culture from Betawi called Pantun. Jalan-jalan ke Jatinegara, jangan lupa beli papaya. Selamat datang di ibu kota Jakarta, miniatur budaya Indonesia nan jaya. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our seminar today, may I inform you about today's seminar that we will divide it into 3 sessions. The first session is about introduction and roundtable of energy transition mechanism in Indonesia, and the second session will discuss about country update on energy transition mechanism, and the last session will talk about road to just and affordable transition. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, now we will start the event with opening speech from Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Some time now building the logic and also the policy and also the projects together on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, as an emerging market and developing economy, Indonesia takes a crucial leadership role in green transition towards low carbon economy. Last year, Indonesia submitted an enhanced NDC to the UNFCCC Secretariat with an increased emission reduction target to 31.89%. It's very detailed. Why don't we just call it 32? Sometimes I don't remember. I don't know why. But unconditionally, we promise 43.2%. Now, this enhanced NDC represents even greater ambition compared to previous Indonesia's updated NDC, which will align with our long-term low-carbon and climate resilience strategy 2050 with a vision to achieve net zero emissions by 2060 or earlier. Indonesia realized that huge financing is needed to implement this climate action to support these ambitious climate target commitments. Based on our third estimate of biennial update report, this is one of the estimates.
gentlemen, we hope that you're fueled up and freshened up and ready for the second half of the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum, the implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. This is a flagship event organized by Indonesia as a part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. The forum serves as an exclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners from public and private sectors to engage in a constructive discussion, identify potential tangible projects, and to promote collaboration
our effort to trying to mobilize all those sorts of facilities, including collaboration with multilateral, bilaterals, even philanthropies. Yeah. We have done in the past in trying to fundraise or trying to mobilize all those facilities. First, I think I can remember back in 2018, we were the first corporations to issue a local corporate green bond. Although it's still a locally issued instrument, we are adhering to ASEAN bond standards. Yeah, so it's we're not just adhering to local standards and regulations, but also trying to adopt regional and international standards. And then after that, we are trying to create bilateral engagement and collaborations with ADB, World Bank, even AFD of France, and later EIB. So we want to collaborate with as many as possible to create those kind of facilities that is required by the assets. So this is going to be our new roles and our new mandates, and trying to be on the side or affirmatively, we're trying to go extra miles, do extra efforts, yeah, to provide those facilities that is needed. And walk the talk as well, yeah, because in our operations, we also want to show that we are applying sustainability principles, yeah, like we are just recently being awarded Platinum Award of Green Building Society in Indonesia. So we just don't want to show, we just want to show that we are also applying the same principles internally as well. So I think that's my answer.
Thank you, Pak Pradana. Thank you, Pak Pradana. I think we heard three very important institutions talked about important finance. Now I wanted to switch gear to the private sector. We know that 70% of the capital needs to come from the private sector to go into the green investment. Marina Taib is a Petronas Vice President of Treasury. Petronas is not a national energy company, it's a global energy company, and is taking steps to play a role in energy transition in a massive way. Could you say why is sustainable and innovative financing is important to the region from the private sector?
That requires a lot of investment. From an energy side, what we're seeing is that 3/4 of the energy being supplied or consumed in ASEAN is still fossil fuels. There's a lot of transitionary work that needs to happen there. And, you know, we're all on this journey. It will take time and a lot of money. And, you know, what we see is that it's not just about the sources of energy. It's not just oil and gas transitioning to renewable, solar, wind, hydrogen, carbon capture, decarbonization, but also the infrastructure and the grid that needs to be then enhanced. I think Vice President Chris talked about even the infrastructure needs to be green. If not, don't even do it. So I think these parts about, you know, a lot of private capital has to go in, and a lot of some of the green energy investments are also at utilities and infrastructure rates. So there's a lot of what we need is also perhaps access to capital at either differentiated rates or to make some projects bankable, because, you know, to get them over the hurdle, how do we get more projects out of the funnel to get financing? But I think maybe just to add on to what my colleague said, is also to get funding for research and development. Because a lot of the technology that's required for us to go into transition, say hydrogen or carbon capture, is still nascent, still very expensive, and it needs a lot of public-private partnership, a lot of grants to get that through the hurdle. So I think that's why for me, from an energy sector, sustainable financing is utmost important, because transition needs to be at everyone has a different starting point, right? We're all trying to get there, and everybody has different pace, different starting point, different levels of affordability as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Last person for this part one of this session, I'd like to turn to Jeremy Koklaw, the CEO and CIO of Rock Ventures, Australian-based private investment firms of Mike Cannon-Brookes that invest in companies focused on innovation solutions for decarbonizations. Now, from a very sort of straight private sector perspective, when you look at green investments, what do you look for, Jeremy?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming to listen to our panel. I guess when you look at green investments, there's hygiene factors before you look at every single project. It has to be and you've got to feed and etc. You have to make sure that you do the hygiene stuff. But in the heart of every single project in all infrastructure is about the team and the people that are building it. It's the users, but it's also the people who are developing it, and you've got to back the right team. And that's sort of what we look for all the time when we think about investing in companies and in projects. And the second related thing beyond that is the commercial reality of whether a project is possible. Often nowadays, the technology risk of a renewable energy project is pretty low. So the solar, wind, even batteries around the world, we've seen gigawatts and gigawatts of that deployed. So we know the formula, we know they work, we know they're going to last for 30 years, 40 years, and they're going to have a certain sort of performance profile. But on the other side of that is making sure that you have commercial off-takers that are going to be stable, they're going to be hopefully creditworthy, that are going to stand the test of time so that you can get your project financed. And after you get through that hurdle, then it's what I've been learning in the last couple of days in Indonesia is the non-trivial task, and it's a very difficult task for every different country and every grid, is how do you actually connect into the grid? Drawing from my example in Australia, we have a pretty sophisticated grid. It's the biggest continuous grid in the world on the eastern seaboard of Australia. We have, most days, 55% renewables penetration into the grid during from 9 a.m. to about 4 p.m. in the afternoon because we have so much solar. But that situation is not the same everywhere else in the world. And if I look at the Indonesian example right now, since we've been here, the grid is probably at a point that we need to have an upgrade to be able to take in significant amounts of sort of green electrons, whether that comes from East Indonesia or hopefully, one day, one of our portfolio companies, Sun Cable, can build a interconnector from Australia to supply some green electrons into Java or around the Indonesian islands. There's a real sense of the need to understand whether or not you can plug into the grid and have a connection agreement. So that element and understanding that in that geography is a really, really important point. And what we've kind of started to understand is that actually the grid operators themselves don't have a super good knowledge of if their grid can handle the variable load that various renewable energy can put in. So then it becomes really a software challenge, understanding, mapping out, building digital twins of your grid and understanding and running models around what can your grid take, and at some point taking some bravery that your grid's actually ready. In another example from Australia is we've worked out that in certain parts of the New South Wales grid, we can actually take 2 times as much renewables as we thought, because the poles and wires out there, when you model them properly, can have that flexibility. So it's actually trying to attack the problem in a different way, to use both software and hardware, so you can actually lower the cost of implementation and not just go hell and let them to go build for it, and be thoughtful as you go and execute the projects.
Thank you, Jeremy. Now, sort of in the last 15 minutes that we have left, We're pressed on time. Let me do this. Chris, I want to turn to you. In terms of what needs to change, what is, if you were able to change one thing, only one, to unlock green investment into the Indo-Pacific region in ASEAN, what would be the most important change that you think that needs to happen?
Thank you, a very good question, but the answer is more complicated than giving one element. If I may, I give you 4 for 1, but very brief, of course. First of all, in general, we need transparency and political stability. That means that when you, in Indonesia, you work with a blue book and a green book, that's okay, but you need, when there is a decision, going green investment, that this, after 2 years, is not changed and stay in line. Secondly, you need standardization. You need, for us, example, from EIB example is public procurement. It's very important to have a level playing field that private sector can play their role and so on. This is the second. Thirdly, the local governments and the local level is also very important to hire the capacity of the local level, was already mentioned, to also be involved when you speak about water and so on. And last but not least, certainly for ASEAN, the interconnectivity with the other members, certainly when you speak about grids, electricity and so on. Thus, I hope that these 4 elements can be realized more than ever before, and then you can convince not only us, but also the private sector to invest. Thank you.
Exactly. That sums well. Back to you, Marina. We talked about, you could help outline the bigger picture and the importance of sustainable finance in the ASEAN region. What is the single most important challenge that the company is going through? And if you were to change one thing in the policy space, what might that be?
Thanks, Baifan. Maybe I have not one thing, maybe 2 things. But okay, I think one of the challenges now when we talk about transitioning, and a lot is said about just an orderly transition, especially on the energy transition space, is that there are 2 kind of energy systems moving at the same pace. The core hydrocarbons, the oil and gas that's being used for production to generate energy, but also the clean energy investment that will, move together at the same pace, at different pace, until perhaps clean energy overtakes fossil fuels. What needs to happen, I think, is that what perhaps needs to change is that while we talked about just now for sustainable and innovative financing for clean energy, what also needs to happen is that there's a lot of work being done on decarbonizing the core oil and gas, a lot of work to produce more emissions abated oil and gas, to look at things like carbon capture and solutions and utilization. Funding for those areas is limited. It's getting more limited as we go on. So I think more policy and regulation needs to happen to enable green investments, but also how do you also incentivize people to produce cleaner and emissions abated oil and gas? As we know, energy demand is still growing, for the next 20, 30 years. And we will still see fuels like gas as transition fuels still required in most areas. And that still needs financing. So I think policy in terms of incentivizing or encouraging discipline, good behavior, but also incentive and supporting the need to actually produce cleaner fuel needs to be there. So I think that's one of the 2 things that needs to happen. But I also you mentioned just now about stability, political stability. I think regulations also needs to have a clear outcome. Is it to have a target, say like for Malaysia, we have a national energy transition roadmap to produce, to have 70% of renewable energy capacity. So that's by a certain time. So how does financing policies and regulations also enable that? So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Back to you, Jeremy. In terms of what do you envision in terms of green investment in the region? Is it hopeful vision? Where do you see the future of this?
Yeah, I've been excited about the region for a while, and kind of coming to Jakarta for the last week or so. You see the abundance of life and so many young people here, and the rising income levels, so many people, and you just know that not only is electrification going to happen everywhere in the world, and including in Indonesia and ASEAN, but also that the rising income of people are going to use more energy, and that's just a natural progression of how society becomes. And that is a really exciting thing, and some of the stats that you talked about, you know, by 2050, this region is going to double its electricity use. So, but when we think about that, I think it's important to think about an abundance mindset as opposed to a minimal pie that we have to split, because the reality is more sun hits the earth every day than we can ever use as a whole society in our lifetime. So it's trying to figure out paths to harvest that sun and deliver it in where there's lots of people who use this electron and needs it most. Clearly we can't clear out lots of land in Java to provide solar for today, like HVDC, long distance submarine cables that can transport electrons from very, very far away. You know, Sun Cable's working on a project which is looking to transport 1.75 gigawatts from Darwin over 4,200 kilometers in subsea cable to provide Singapore with 15% of its energy needs, 100% green, 24/7 renewables from Australia. The technology seems crazy, but it's actually real, it's ready today, it's happening in Europe. We need people like Sun Cable to prove that it's a possibility in this region, and then we will build many, many more cables, like we see the fiber optic cables that are hundreds of them around in the world now. It was only sort of 25 years ago that the first submarine cable for fiber optics was laid, but now we don't even blink an eye when a new one comes in. So when you have the ability to have HVDC deployed in the region, then you can really think about how do you connect this region in a physical sense from electrons. You have great solar resource in sort of eastern Indonesia. Can you then pipe that across towards the west to Java to give it extra 2 hours of sun during the nighttime there? So it's 2 hours later and it's 6 p.m. in Jakarta, sorry, 4 p.m. Jakarta, and it's 6 p.m. Over there, and that's how do you elongate the use of sun. And the more drastic example for us is, can we connect all the way from India into ASEAN, into Australia to New Zealand? Then you're getting sort of like 6 hours more sun on each side to really harvest the possibility of what solar can deliver. And I think as a region with so many countries, and you know, and we're currently sitting in a country with 1,700 islands, the connectivity of HVDC is a really compelling proposition that we see in the region.
Thank you so much for that. I just came from a Standard Chartered Bank sessions where I was one of the speakers. Clearly, there has been a lot of investment made already in the region in sustainable finance. The number that was presented was $82 billion. Including link loans and things like that of that nature. So there must be some good stories that came out from this. The last 40 minutes or so, we've been talking about what needs to change, why is it so important, but what does it really mean in terms of people's lives? Ibu Marie, you've been working in the space for a long time. Is there one successful stories about green investment that you could share to help inspire all of us in this room? And hopefully there's a story from this region that could set examples for other regions as well. Over to you.
Yeah, let's end on an optimistic note, right? Because it is doable, and if done right, it will lead to growth and better lives and better incomes for the people. Let me give you 3 examples. One is in Vietnam, and it's related to what I mentioned earlier, the need for robust regulatory change or institutional change, or some commitment, as you were saying, that the level of commitment from the government to make the change happen. So first, in Vietnam, they changed the feed-in tariff scheme. that is generous to households and businesses to boost the Vietnamese solar PV. And it was introduced in 2017 with a development rate of 9 cents per kilowatt hour. And you have to reach commercial operation by the end of the 2 years, which is 2019. And what happened was there was an additional 4.45 gigawatt of capacity to the grid within 1 year. So it was even shorter than before. Another good example is what happened in the Philippines. Prior to this Supreme Court decision, the Manila Electric Company contracted electricity from its sister companies. And the Supreme Court deemed that, no, this is not good. You need to find the least cost approach through a competitive process. And so they had a green auction committee created, and 2 gigawatts of renewable was able to be put on stream, and out of which 1.26 gigawatt was solar at $67 per megawatt hour, compared to the price before the institutional change of $160 per megawatt hour. So, you know, of course, benefit to the people. If I may, I have a really nice example, because we have all been talking about energy. I have a really nice example in agriculture, which is the low carbon rice in Vietnam. It started with a 500,000 hectare pilot supported by the World Bank. It is all about the Mekong River Delta. How do you produce more rice with less water, less seeds, because you have good seeds with cooperating with IRRI, less pesticide and less fertilizer? And the result was working with farmer communities and also not to do slash and burn clearing of land. The straw from after the harvest is made into compost for the next harvest, right? And this is what we call results-based financing. The result was people's incomes went up by 25%, and we were able to reduce carbon emission, methane equivalent of 1 million tons. And now it's being scaled up by the Vietnamese government to 5 million hectares. Indonesia is also going to adopt the same approach. And the results-based financing is very key, because Climate Investment Fund, for instance, is willing to come in and give funding. So I just wanted to share that example because, you know, it's such a good example where you can actually achieve triple win, you know, on the climate, on the development, as well as on involving the community.
That's great. Less input, more output. And more income for people. Any other participants would like to share other success stories that they made in the past? Chris.
Thank you. Two important messages still to give, and then I give you one example. First of all, there is no time to waste. We must act very quick to solve the problems. Air pollution here in Jakarta and other problems, we have no time to waste and no time to wait. Second very important message is left nobody behind. That means you need the support of the people. And now my example, and I hope that we can do that not only in Cambodia but also in a lot of other countries, that is, we invested in Cambodia to make it possible that there is drinkable water in Phnom Penh, the capital city of Cambodia, every day, every moment, and that is something that people can appreciate, that people can say, yes, it's true, we need green investments. We finance the infrastructure, water coming from the Mekong, going to the house, and so on, and that is what we, as European Investment Bank, want to reach. Impact on people, impact in green investments, and I hope that we, and I have also other examples also in ASEAN, but that is one example that gives a very clear view what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers who've joined the session today, and to the audience who have been listening and paying attention to many great insights. With that, I would like to end the session and we'll go back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pariban Nuwawithia, and all to our respectable speakers on our first panel and this afternoon with incentivizing green investment and the role of regulatory reform. Thank you once again to our moderator and our speakers for shining the light upon green investments, its impact to the people, stability, sustainability, and for its future. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we're now preparing for the third Leaders Talk. That being said, please remain in your seat as we wait for the arrival of Prime Minister of Canada. We thank you for your kind attention. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly invite you to please remain seated as we wait for the third Leaders Talk on ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum. We are waiting for the arrival of Prime Minister of Canada. That being said, we kindly invite for all delegates and participants to please remain seated and to make sure, once again, for your smartphone and any telecommunication devices to be switched off to silent or vibrant mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada. Your Excellency, we invite you to go straight to the podium as the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Please be seated. What a pleasure to see everyone here today. What a pleasure to see such a full room. I'm very grateful to be part of the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum today. This is an important year for Canada because we're officially launching the Canada-ASEAN Strategic Partnership. ASEAN is one of the world's fastest growing economic regions and Canada's fourth largest merchandise trading partner. Last year, Canadian exports and imports to and from ASEAN increased by 29% from the year prior. On est donc déterminés à resserrer et à renforcer nos liens avec l'Association des Nations de l'Asie du Sud-Est. Strengthening our ties with ASEAN is a big part of our Indo-Pacific strategy because we recognize and support ASEAN centrality in the region. We will be increasing our engagement in the long term with an even more active presence. We're already working together in sectors like aerospace, defense, clean technology, and education. And today, the focus of this discussion is green infrastructure and resilient supply chains. So as some of you may know, Canada is in the midst of our worst wildfire season ever. And this kind of terrible happening isn't limited to Canada. It's going on all around the world, including here in the Indo-Pacific, which is one of the regions most exposed to extreme weather events exacerbated by climate change. In 2023 alone, we've seen heavy rains and flooding here in Indonesia, but also in India, in the Republic of Korea, China, and Japan. Tropical storms have hit the Philippines and Taiwan. A cyclone devastated Myanmar. Heat waves have swept over Asia. In April, Laos and Thailand recorded their hottest temperatures ever. The disasters we're facing as a world are not just bad luck. They're being driven by climate change and nature loss. Climate change is a global challenge that requires global solutions. We must be responsible for each other. These past few years, whether it's been through natural disasters, a pandemic, a global economic crisis, or through the consequences of conflicts, we have seen time and time again just how interconnected everyone in the world is. And so it's increasingly clear that climate policy is economic policy, is security policy. Les communautés de partout doivent bénéficier d'investissements qui vont garantir leur avenir économique et environnemental. Communities everywhere, including here in ASEAN countries, need to see investments that will secure their future, both their economic well-being and the well-being of the environment and nature that supports them. The Asian Development Bank speaks about the need to attain a triple win, building infrastructure that reduces emissions and climate risk, while stimulating economic development and increasing returns for investors at the same time. This is certainly something that FinDev Canada is focused on, including in sectors like renewable energy, sustainable transportation, and water projects. FinDev Canada is our bilateral development finance institution. It supports sustainable growth through the private sector by providing financing, investment, and blended finance solutions, as well as technical assistance. Last year, during the launch of Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, we announced a further $750 million in global capitalization for FinDev. In May, FinDev Canada signed an agreement with the Asian Development Bank to enhance cooperation on sustainable private sector investments across the region. And this week, we're announcing that FinDev will be opening a new office here in the Indo-Pacific. These initiatives will support high-quality, high-standard, sustainable infrastructure. Canada will continue to leverage the expertise of our private sector and invest in growth that benefits all sides, including through technical capacity building. FinDev Canada's efforts in the region will create growth and improve the well-being of people. And it's just one tool in our toolbox to support good projects. We're also investing in infrastructure through other means. For example, here in Indonesia, we're supporting the Karian Sepong water supply project that will help provide reliable and safe, clean drinking water to over 2 million people. In the provinces of East Nusa Tenggara and Maluku, we're supporting a project that will connect an additional 2 million people to the electrical grid while scaling up solar power investments and lowering the cost of power generation by 20%. Canada's financing helped make this project feasible, and contributions from all parties helped catalyze $400 million US from the private sector. These initiatives will help mitigate the effects of climate change while creating economic growth at the same time. In other words, we're keeping people safe while creating jobs and prosperity. Bâtir un avenir durable et prospère ensemble, mais ça fait partie des objectifs de la stratégie du Canada pour l'Indo-Pacifique. Our Indo-Pacific strategy is centered on creating jobs and opportunities for everyone. Canadian companies and investors, as well as our scientists and researchers, are well positioned to work with ASEAN partners to foster innovative solutions. We will continue to contribute to the region's growing infrastructure needs and deploy our environmental expertise in areas such as ocean management, disaster risks and resilience, biodiversity, and clean energy. Canada has what it takes to help ASEAN attain its goals. I just mentioned clean energy. Canada is becoming the reliable supplier of clean energy a net zero world needs. More than ever in these challenging times, we need resilient supply chains, stable trading relationships, and alignment on values. This is about securing the resources that our economies and citizens rely on, whether that's energy or raw materials or food. Canada is a reliable partner. It's not a coincidence that we have 15 free trade agreements that cover 61% of the world's GDP and open markets to 1.5 billion consumers worldwide. And we're negotiating more trade deals, including with ASEAN and right here with our Indonesian hosts. Canada has ambitious, educated workers. Our immigration policies are attracting highly skilled talent, and we have incredible natural resources. Canada is one of the world's largest food exporters and can contribute to ASEAN food security. And we're among the world's largest exporters of fertilizer. We're also a responsible supplier of critical minerals that make everything from solar panels to battery packs. A responsible supplier means that we have high safety standards and environmental protections, because that's the way the world is going. We need to remember to put people at the center of everything we do, including by investing to make sure our workers will have great jobs, not just now, but for generations to come, whether it's to produce electric vehicles or clean steel. When people are doing well, when we make sure the middle class is thriving, we foster security and stability. And stability is a key element of supply chain resilience. It benefits everyone. That's one of the things we have to focus on so much right now. Understanding that insecurity and instability around the world is one of the greatest challenges, not just to economies, but to democracies. When people don't feel secure in their own jobs, secure within their community, feel secure for their kids or for their path to retirement, they become more vulnerable to populist thinking, to authoritarianism, to being swayed by the misinformation and disinformation that surrounds them every day on social media. People are anxious. No wonder people are anxious. The world is changing now harder and faster than it ever has. Pandemic, climate change, global conflicts, reorienting geostability, uncertain economics, the rise of AI and automation putting jobs at risk. No wonder people are worried. No wonder people are anxious. No wonder people are looking for any solutions they can. And what we need as leaders, whether it's political leaders or business leaders, is to show people that there is room for them in the future we're all building together. People see the future as change. They see change is coming to the world. They just aren't sure that there's room for them in that future. And that goes at the very core of the idea of promise, that the idea of progress and that promise that is central to our economies, to our institutions, to our national well-beings. The idea that the hard work of one generation makes things better and easier for the next generation. Our parents all worked hard for us to be able to end up in a room like this at a time like this. And all of us are working really hard, but parents everywhere are unsure that tomorrow's opportunities are really going to be greater for their kids because so much else is changing. And that's why offering reliability, stability, a sense that even as everything is changing, we've got this. Our institutions are seeing how the world is going, seeing where the weaknesses are, and pulling together to say, no, you can't just choose what's good for the environment or what's good for the economy. They have to go together. And you can't just know that trade deals create growth. That growth that's created needs to be shared equitably across citizens, across communities, because if not, people pull their support away for pro-growth policies. What we have to do, business and government together, is make sure we are showing our workers, our citizens, our neighbors, our kids, that there is a path forward into a brighter future that features them at the center of it. Remembering the impact on people of everything we do is central, not just to our short-term success, but to our long-term success as friends and neighbors. And I say neighbors, of course, because Indonesia and Canada are neighbors. Canada is a Pacific nation. The Indo-Pacific is our neighborhood. And by engaging and investing in this partnership, we're looking out at the horizon of the Indo-Pacific future with a clear view of the shared prosperity that lies ahead for Canadians and for people throughout this region. Je dis souvent que la promesse du Canada, c'est d'améliorer le niveau de vie pour chaque génération. As I just said, the promise of Canada, the promise of progress, is always one that we can make things better for the next generation than it was for the last. But that promise is not unique to Canada. It should be a promise we make to everyone, everywhere. So as we look towards the future, as we look to invest in the future, let us make sure we're remembering that progress, that promise of progress, that things are supposed to get better 1 year to the next, 1 generation to the next. And none of us can sit back and hope it'll just happen on its own, or the right government will make it happen on its own, or the right business will show up and make it happen on its own. That it only happens when we understand the role that every single one of us, civil society, business, the public sector, political leadership, all have in working together to create that better future we all need. Merci beaucoup, mes chers amis. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Trudeau, as we extend our sincere gratitude for your time and your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada leaves the premises. Once again, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude for the time and presence of Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to our next session in 5 minutes. Once again, to our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our next session within 5 minutes. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite for all delegates and participants to please be seated as we would like to embark on our next session in the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum, Subtheme 2, Sustainable and Innovative Financing. We thank you for your attention. Once again, we kindly invite distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we would like to proceed to our next agenda, we kindly invite for all of you ladies and gentlemen to please be seated. Thank you. And now, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the briefers session. Hence, we kindly invite for all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to please remain seated. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is a short yet comprehensive presentation on the topic Accelerating Green Transition, the Role of Indonesia and ASEAN by the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. Please help me welcome Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is probably one of the harder sessions because following up after such a rock star like Prime Minister Trudeau, of course. But I hope I will be able to give you a little bit of briefing about highlighting some figures, particularly on the global terms on the energy transition, especially because the next session is going to discuss about how is it that we are going to be able to provide sustainable and innovative financing to develop the energy transition. Last year, the clean energy sets another new record. Bloomberg report shows that the global energy investment for the first time surged past $1.1 trillion. More than 3,372 gigawatts of new capacity was added, mostly from wind and solar power, and almost all of those are actually new capacity added in Asia. Worldwide employment in renewable energy reached 12.7 million, a jump of about 700,000 new jobs in a year. So what do these figures actually tell us? I want to highlight 3 points. First, renewable energy is the fuel of the future. Second, energy is no longer a commodity, but it is actually the driver of economic growth. And third, that there is actually a global race towards low carbon economy transition, and ASEAN wants to be at the center of those transitions. With ASEAN's combined GDP near 3.7 trillion US dollar and a population of more than 670 million people, we want to ensure that our South Asia region can become the epicenter of growth, which is exactly the theme of today's summit. And we understand that sustainable development is the key to future prosperity. And that is why during our ASEAN chairmanship, Indonesia has been pushing for sustainable and collaborative efforts to accelerate the green energy transition. And there are 3 priorities. First, investing and developing in the green economy. This, of course, will require significant technological support and financing. In this regard, there have been numerous initiatives for sustainable and innovative financing. The region hosts more than 80 green initiatives valued at 34 billion US dollar. Among the many regional initiatives are the ASEAN Power Grid Initiative, the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance, as well as the JETP, introduced last year in the G20 Bali Summit. From all of these initiatives, we must ensure that green technology becomes a public good. I hope through AIPF we can work closely with the private sector, public sector in ensuring investment for the development of affordable green technology. Successfully launched the Blue Hello Ocean program, targeting 300 million US dollar in blended finance to ensure economic growth aligns with maritime conservation. Third, accelerating the digital transformation. Our region has a promising potential for digitization. ASEAN's digital economy is expected to reach 1 trillion US dollar by 2030. This year, ASEAN leaders also endorsed the Digital Economic Framework Agreement, or DEFA. Having the DEFA in place will double the region's digital economy potential to about 2 trillion US dollar by the year 2030, driven by the transformation of AI, blockchain, and connectivity in digital payment system, especially the CRIS system. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, all of us here are important stakeholders in ASEAN's endeavor in the pursuit towards low carbon economy. Our cooperation must focus on how we can build shared future, and the key word here is collaboration. Rest assured, Indonesia remains strongly committed to ensure full implementation of the many initiatives and agreed cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Pahala Nugraha, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, representing the accelerating green transition, the role of Indonesia and ASEAN. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next panel discussion, we'd like to kindly once again remind our delegates and ladies and gentlemen to switch off your telecommunication device to the silent or vibrant mode. And also, we'd like to kindly also remind you that we do have a couple of panel discussion later on in the day. So we kindly invited to all delegates and also ladies and gentlemen to stay right here at the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum throughout our session. And also, we'd like to say thank you to our partners, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, InJourney, Area, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada-ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, ROK Mission, U.S.-ASEAN Business Council, World Intellectual Property Organization, ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg Nev, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, Telus, and Zoom that had fully supported the event of ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And of course, to all of you delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, attendance, and presence for the second day of the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum. As of right now, we're now still in the second sub-theme, or sub-theme 2, the sustainable and innovative financing. We will have a couple of discussion, and we hope these discussions are very insightful and fruitful for you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on our next panel, we'll discuss green financing and carbon market. And we'd like to invite our fellow distinguished speakers on stage for this panel. Ibu Alexandra Askandar, as Vice President Director of Bank Mandiri. Can we have applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Ibu Alexandra Askandar? We kindly invite Ibu Natalia Rialuki, CEO of Ferramats. Welcome, Ibu Natalia. We'd like to kindly invite Mr. Jeffrey Chatelier, CEO of Forest Carbon. And we would like to also invite Mr. Ma Jun, Director at the Institute of Public and Environment Affairs. And without further ado, please help me to welcome the moderator for this session, BBC Asia Business Correspondent, Mr. Nick Mash. Mr. Marsh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our third panel discussion of the day. My name's Nick. I'm the BBC's Asia business correspondent. I'm normally based out of Singapore. We have our hub there. The topic of today's panel discussion is green financing and carbon markets. We've got a really great panel. I think they bring a real range of perspectives. They represent various concerns, also different steps along the chain of carbon markets, shall we say, as they relate today. So I'm just going to quickly introduce them. Here to my left, we have Alexandra Askandar. She is the Vice President Director of Bank Mandiri. Thank you very much for being here. Next to Alexandra, we have Natalia Rialuki. She's CEO of Ferratmos. Nice to have you here, Natalia. We've got next to her, just along, we've got Jeffrey Chatelier, CEO of Forest Carbon. Now, you guys are all based here in Indonesia, Jakarta, obviously. But we're very pleased to have from Beijing, Dr. Ma Jun. Dr. Ma Jun is the Director of the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs. Thank you very much. We'll just give them a quick round of applause. Thank you for all being here. Now, in terms of green financing, I think carbon markets is one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting sort of way of getting a path towards net zero without messing up the economy, right? I mean, I think that's basically the very, very blunt way of putting it. It's a really nice, simple idea, the idea that polluting companies and governments can literally pay for carbon credits to compensate for their emissions. And on the other hand, those organizations, companies, governments that are doing good things for the environment, they sell the carbon credits as a reward. So it's like a carrot and stick approach, right? And then the people in the middle investing, buying, trading, and as everyone gets more and more invested in net zero, these carbon credits increase in value, everyone gets rich, our targets are all met, problem solved. Well, I'm sure our panel is going to tell me, Nick, no, that's a really simplistic way of looking at it. There are still concerns. No system is perfect. In some areas, there's no system at all. And there's also controversies around the carbon market in and of itself. But look, I'm going to start with you, Alexandra, because I want you to tell us a little bit about your clients in the financial sector at Bank Mandiri. How much enthusiasm are you seeing from them? Do they want to be buying and investing in carbon credits?
Okay, thank you, Nick, for the questions. But before I answer the question, I would like to greet all the participants joining us this afternoon. Okay, as the largest wholesale banking in Indonesia, we manage a huge loan portfolio from various industry sectors. And of course, there are high emitting business as well as more greener sectors like renewable energy, clean transportation, and so on. And we've seen a positive, great enthusiasm for the carbon market, although currently it's not applied yet in Indonesia. We don't have the carbon exchange yet, but it has been quite extensive and intensive, I could say, discussion to prepare for this carbon exchange. And we, even us, as the bank, we see that our role can be also positive in this carbon exchange. Why? Because we can connect. We can be the intermediary to connect between the seller and the purchaser of the buyer of this carbon credit.
Yeah. So as and when this becomes an option, there is the enthusiasm there, there is the market.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Natalia, I'm going to ask you about Fair Atmos. Now, I'm just going to give a brief description of what you guys do. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong here. So you have a digital tool. It helps farmers if they want to become carbon certified.
Yeah.
Right? So farmers can actually...
Potential, but why don't we have 100 projects, 200 projects? So we really want to make it very easy to really assess any given plot of land. Indonesia has more than 90 million hectares of forestry, 12 million hectares of agriculture forestry as well. Why don't they also can get a bit of carbon credit if they switch the way they plant to be more carbon neutral, to be more low emission, right? So one, we don't have enough of those projects. Number two, just recently, earlier this year, there has been a huge criticism in the carbon offset world, which in my view, I think it's good for the industry because we keep on checking with each other, right? So there has been a lot of projects that were questioned whether it is actually protecting the environment or not, because some project was credited, but apparently it has been converted into commercial use. Now, the second problem that we're facing is a lot of buyers become skeptical. A lot of large corporations in Europe, who becomes one of the bigger market for carbon credits, actually pull out entirely, divesting from their investment in carbon credits because of this criticism. In my view, and in what Fair Atmos does, carbon offset still becomes one of the most accessible way for people to obtain economic value out of conservation. So why don't we return the confidence of the market to carbon offset by providing more transparency? That if you are paying a carbon credit to plant that tree somewhere in Cilacap, for example, as one of our projects, the tree is there. We can see in one screen, the tree is there. It's like 10 centimeters right now. We give you a calculation for a 10 centimeters mangrove with rhizoporous species, for example, how much carbon does it actually sequester? So we really believe that previously there wasn't technology, but now with new technology, we can actually see the same thing, so then it's no longer a bilateral transaction that believes in hopes and papers, but actually in real image, satellite image that can tell you, yes, you are conserving, yes, you are worth of that economic value, because this economic value goes hand in hand with preserving the planet.
Yeah, yeah. So seeing is believing.
Yes, it is true.
Essentially. Jeffrey, I wanted to ask you whether you saw that same kind of skepticism. I mean, Fair Atmos has been going for about a year.
Yes.
Right? You've been in this carbon credits game a little bit longer. I mean, how do you deal with skepticism? Is this something that you see on a regular basis? I'm sure things have changed quite a lot, right? I mean, the value of a carbon credit's gone up a lot in the last few years. You know, how do you deal when people say, well, what's all this about? How do you persuade people?
Yeah, thank you. I think one thing to think about is that in ASEAN, we've had a really vibrant carbon market being developed over the last decade. When Indonesia hosted the Bali climate negotiations and really launched the development of the nature-based solutions sector, we saw a proliferation of projects. And so within ASEAN, there's already around 1.5 million hectares of forest that's being protected and restored using international standards that are trusted by the market. And these projects, you know, to date have produced over 125 million credits that have been transacted with major Fortune 500 companies. On the renewable energy side, you know, there's roughly 54 projects producing on average 7 million credits a year. So this market has been here and it's been building over time. And so in terms of trust of the market, it's important that you use methodologies that are trusted, that are transparent, and can be checked by third-party auditors. And so that's really where I think the market needs to go. On the technology side, we've seen with space technology, the proliferation of satellites, that it's much easier to check on the activities of these projects. You know, many years ago, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars for one single satellite image. Now these images are free and anyone can download them. And so this is allowing citizen scientists to come in and really ensure the integrity of these projects. But with anything, you know, I think these methodologies can be improved, they can be worked on, and we can engage with the scientific community to build more trust in the sector.
Yeah, yeah. Marjin, I wanted to get the China perspective. I don't want to be that guy that says this is all well and good, but you know, unless we get China on board, you know, but I am going to be that guy. I'm going to ask, what is the state of the carbon market in China at the moment? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, thank you. It's such a pleasure to be invited to this forum. Very, very impressed. And talking about carbon market, China launched the carbon market after the government made carbon peak and neutrality pledge in September 2020. So 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, we launched the carbon market. And so it's considered to be one of the alternative, one of the ways to do it. You know, you either impose a carbon tax or you depend on the carbon trade market. So China chose this way of doing this. At the beginning, the plan was more ambitious, 8 industries and many other industries. But towards the beginning of that, we decided to go with only one industry, the thermal power industry. So bringing into more than 2,200 thermal power, the coal power plants. But they are really major emitters. The total volume put together is some 4.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide. And that's about more than 1/3 of the total, China's total carbon emission. And so making it one of the largest markets. Having said that, the price was not that, you know, the transaction was not that vibrant and the price remained to be rather low. It started from 40 RMB, but in more recent days, Actually, just from this August, the last, the August that just passed, the trade volume increased to 13 million tons that month, and then the carbon price, increased from 40 to 70. So it's on its way to go up, and more industries being considered to be integrated into this market. Iron, steel, cement, and non-ferrous metal like aluminium and others. Chemical and petrochemical would be more challenging. Talking about China's experience, probably it's relevant to the Indonesian market. Alexandra told me that you're going to launch your own market. I think it's relevant because in China we haven't picked it yet. We set the target 2030. So before you pick, before you have a real cap, how to manage, how to construct a real effective carbon market, that's our challenge. And then we all talk about the integrity of the data, the quality of the project. In China, it's the same. The reason for us to start it with coal power is because this is the most straightforward. Mm-hmm. You send the sample of coal to the lab regularly, and then you come up with emission factors and come up with your data. But when it comes to other industries, it's going to be a lot more complicated. For example, chemical and petrochemical. So that's our, some of our experience. And even with the coal power, we spent the first half of this year to try to review some of the fraudulent case, because it's really quite a big temptation for the third party to bow to the pressure of those who join the market to cheat on their data. So it matters to millions of hundreds of millions of yuan. So that's another thing that we could learn, I think, from the Chinese market. But after 2 years, I think gradually China feel more confident that we're going to expand and allow more transaction, particularly when in Europe the CBAM, the carbon border adjustment tax, is looming. So I think that could also help hasten China's efforts to develop our own market. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to come back down the line, actually. I'll go to you next, Jeffrey, if that's okay, because I want to talk a little bit about regulation and, the confusion, around regulation here in Indonesia. There was a bit of a pause on trading voluntary credits. Are you clear on the Indonesian government's approach to carbon credits? Is that something that you're clear on at the moment and you feel like everyone is?
To answer that question, over the past few years, we've seen new regulations coming out in Indonesia that clearly identify that there will be a carbon market and that trading will take place between B2B. We also may see transactions taking place between governments. And so the regulations indicate that the government wants to know more about this sector. They want to know how many credits are being produced, who's producing them, what type of standards they're using. And so I think it's a positive indicator that there's going to be more oversight on the sector. But as you mentioned, there are some challenges right now because the system isn't fully operational. But with recent regulations that have come out from the financial authority indicating that carbon exchanges will be up and running before the end of Q3 this year, those are really positive signs that the government is getting very much behind it. I think an interesting point is some of the participants in the carbon market in Indonesia are state-owned enterprises. So that's very much a signal that the government is supportive of what we're doing. And I think they can look also outside to other ASEAN countries. Cambodia is a good example where they've adopted the voluntary carbon market as their national strategy. And they understand that they have to create a product that buyers are willing to pay for. And in that situation, they're adopting international standards. So they're not trying to recreate the wheel. And as a result, they've protected, close to 1 million hectares. They've generated hundreds of millions of dollars for their country, and they're looking to expand that further. And so I think it's a good example for Indonesia to see and to look at and potentially emulate. And so I think that's the direction of where the market is going.
Do you agree with that, Natalia? That's the general direction towards a sort of a clearer approach.
Yeah, so I do think that it gives a lot of confidence that the statements and the direction about now that the regulation on carbon trading from the OJK is out, and then there's more regulation from the Ministry of Forestry that is setting up its own registry to put more provisions. I think one area that, if I may, need a little bit more nudge is on the climate financing side. So it's not enough to just allow how climate projects is being developed. What's the science behind how much carbon tons can one forest actually protect, right? But in order to do such activity requires a quite high capital expenditures. And we've been talking, and we would love to, work more with a lot of banks as well as financing companies, but particularly also on the financing regulatory side within Indonesia, on how we can incentivize more financing to climate projects, because the nature is not a typical retail loan. It takes 2 years, or in the case of Darsono, it takes 15 years from the start of the project until you see your first dollar. Yeah. So it is a quite a long time. And every time we ask, okay, when we pitch about, can you help us finance? We are currently helping to build 10 projects and raising almost $50 million US in terms of capex to finance this project, right? Every time we ask, the question has always, the questions from funder has always been, how do I manage my risk? Is there any insurance about it, right? So how do I protect all this capex I put it up front? So I guess if the carbon projects regulation, the trading regulation is there, I think we're waiting for the financing regulation to really put more safeguards so that funders can be more comfortable, but also gives a bit more room for project developers to really have a bit of booster, so that people who previously log, people who previously just know how to open palm oil plantation, can see that there's also confidence and trust from the financial industry for them to convert what they do towards protecting and conserving. So we're hoping for that long tail of regulatory changes would happen and can boost more projects in the sector.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you for your pitch in a minute, but you mentioned finance and you mentioned banks, so I'm going to bring you in, Alexandra. I mean, the key thing is to get people on board, offering green portfolios, this sort of thing. How much success have you had in that so far? What kinds of things do you offer to your clients?
Okay. From my point of view, I think incentives as well as policy interventions are necessity if we want to see the transition to low carbon economy, sustainable economy. So, for example, I believe that a proper carbon pricing mechanism will be the main driver to create more green financing. Because everybody will be pushed to apply the green investment. So, in this case, Indonesia has not yet, we haven't applied the carbon tax yet, but we've seen a positive development. The authorities have piloted energy transition, energy trading system in energy sector, for example. And the government also provided incentive in EV ecosystem, like relaxation on the VAT, and then relaxation on the domestic component, and also the relaxation on different type of policies. So I believe this incentive and the policies are the things that we need, and we can also adopt, like Jeffrey said, from what has been applied in international, especially in the region, from ASEAN countries. We see that Singapore, they have been successful. They have introduced the carbon tax in 2019, and now we've seen a large green investment in Singapore compared to other ASEAN countries.
Yeah.
So I think we will move forward into this direction. Indonesia will move forward into this direction.
Yeah, thank you. You're a backer of the carbon tax, aren't you, Jeffrey? Just explain why, how that works.
Yeah, so, you know, a carbon tax can be a really good way to incentivize financial flows into activities that reduce emissions. And so, as Natalie was saying, right now, nature-based solutions, the primary funding source is venture capital, right? So traditional banks aren't willing to invest in these projects because there isn't enough price assurance on the credits. And so one way to help give more stability on pricing of carbon credits is to align it with a carbon tax. So for example, Singapore is about to increase its carbon tax from just under $4 to over $33 in 2026. Now, if Singapore created a system similar to what Colombia has already done, where it set a carbon tax and then it allowed companies, instead of paying that tax, to buy carbon offsets, it could really stimulate the entire market across ASEAN. Now, if we were able to get $33 a carbon credit from a nature-based solution project here in Indonesia, we could protect and restore the entire forestry estate, you know, which is over 100 million hectares. So, you know, the scale can be huge. And when we, you know, add on the forests of Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, Malaysia, the opportunity is quite large. So Indonesia has a preliminary plan to roll out a carbon tax, and I think that could be a first step, you know, for its domestic carbon market trading. So I see, you know, really strong promise. I think these taxes indicate to the market where prices are going and bring more stability to the market.
Yeah. Margin, is that something you'd go along with as well?
Yeah, China is also going through all these methodologies. China stopped our own CCER, the China Carbon Emission Reduction Mechanism, a couple of years ago, due to the idea that we need to maintain the integrity, and we really need to get the methodology right and make it align with international standards. And now the Chinese Ministry of Environment have openly solicited the stakeholders to come up with their own proposals for this methodology for the first time, and China's own carbon emission reduction system will be restarted, hopefully this year. Yeah, so that will be the situation. Having said that, you know, I think another thing that which is relevant is that in China, you know, our green finance started longer time ago. You know, when the countries really suffer from severe pollution problem, air and water problem. I landed the day before yesterday, and yesterday I checked our readings. You know, we have a Blue Map app, and on that readings I can see the concentration of PM 2.5 here, and local people told me that it was just a normal day, but our annual average no use exposed 300 million rural residents to to health risks. So that was our situation. So in China, green finance is not just about trying to direct all this money to curb the carbon emission. It started by trying to direct the money to help with all this infrastructure and green infrastructure built, and of course add the pipe, pollution reduction projects. And through all these years of efforts, some success have been achieved. In 10 years of time, Beijing's PM 2.5 dropped from nearly 90 to 30 last year. And on the water side, that 28% of black water proportion dropped to 1%, around 1% in just over the past 10 years. So it's quite achievement. And now, how do we, when we try to cut our carbon emission, how to synergize the carbon emission reduction with the local pollution control? Because if we want to further improve, because WHO just lowered its health standards to 5 when it comes to PM 2.5. If we want to further improve, we need more investment, but we better do that side by side with the tackling the climate change. So how do we synergize carbon reduction with the local pollution control, expansion of green, and sustainable growth? I mean, that's the priority in China. Financial institutions have been motivated to try to do that. We as an NGO organization is trying to build the infrastructure, tracking the performance of some more than 10 million corporations operating in China with their production and emission, and then help those banks run through 1 million of them who want to borrow money, following our, in the environmental due diligence, following China's green banking policy, and develop digital solutions, digital accounting solutions, because we all want to lower the cost of all this green transition. The premium, if it is too high, then for a developing country, emerging market country, it will be a problem. So I think all this, I'm very excited to see all these efforts happening here in China. The renewable energy sector grow by the solar PV. Solar PV grow by 42% year on year in the first 7 months of this year. And then the e-vehicles penetration rate topped 25%. Every 4 cars sold, one of them is an e-vehicle. Yesterday when I checked the street, it was still not like that. But so I think there are a lot of things that we can try to review and see whether there are synergy to work together.
Yeah. So it could be a huge potential avenue as a driver of growth in China, renewables. Natalia, I said I'd ask you for your pitch because you are a startup. How do you go about persuading businesses, funds, VCs, and stuff like that? How do you go about explaining to them that this is something worth investing in?
Yeah. So I think since we have a very short time, I think there's only one planet. 1 carbon ton of carbon dioxide captured in Indonesia is 1 carbon ton of dioxide captured on Earth that can save our future, right? And not only 1 planet, but also 1 global economic system. Fortunately or unfortunately, forest across the world is distributed quite unevenly, where Southeast Asia has most of the forest after Amazon. But then in order for us to value this forest potential, we need countries who has less of them to see and become the buyer of what is more available in this region. So we need to be able to find ways to help more people to create carbon projects to absorb, but also allow the finance to come and support all of these projects, so that not only that the planet is conserved, but also economic value for people who choose to do it is being priced at the fair value. So technology now allows us to do that. Technology now, like what Jeffrey also mentioned, that previously took 2 years could now be done in 2 seconds. So why don't we help each other to basically create more high quality projects for who knows however years that we have left in this planet. So yeah, maybe that's my pitch.
Good pitch. It's under 1 minute, I think.
Not half a minute, so efficient.
You practiced that one. We just heard a bit about the sort of green financial sector in China from Ma Jun there, and areas for improvement and development. What's the state of affairs here in Indonesia, and even more generally regionally, if you want to comment?
Okay, I would like to quote what Natalia said about the role of the financial institution, particularly the banks. So, recognizing the essential role of banks, we in Bank Mandiri, we would like to be the Indonesia sustainability champion. And how we see our role is not limited to how we create green financing, but how we can integrate the ESG, the sustainable, into our daily business, our operational activities, and more importantly, how we can also assist and help our client for their transition journey. And as of June 2023, our sustainable portfolio has reached to $15.9 billion US, and part of it is the green financing portfolio. And among those green financing portfolio consists of renewable energy, clean transportation, sustainable agriculture, and many other green business. And LRT, if you are aware, which was just launched last week, is one of our green part of our green financing portfolio. And in Bank Mandiri, we also have a dedicated team, ESG unit. We just created last year. And with our financial expertise, we also give advisory to our client. So we provide services how they can issue sustainability linked loan, green loan, social loan, as well as transition loan for various industry sectors like cement industry, and then mining contractors, and other industry sector. And to make sure that we have the liquidity to support our green financing, we also create an initiative on how we have green funding. So in Bank Mandiri, we issued green bond in, we issued sustainability bond in 2021, and the following year we are the first bank who issued the ESG repo, and the total is quite huge. And this year, just a couple of months ago, we issued green bond in rupiah. The total is 5 trillion rupiah.
So there's appetite for that then, yeah. Very, very good. Okay, we've got 3 minutes. Jeffrey, I'm going to ask you a question and see if we can squeeze in one more for Marjan. We'll see how we go.
All right.
Look, forests is your area. Currently, the carbon credits that are being issued represent a real fraction. We were talking about this the other day, right? Of that, of Indonesia's total land mass of forests. How are you going to scale that up? How are you going to? We were talking about the danger of the carbon market being niche. How do you stop it being niche?
Yeah, so the sector has been a niche sector for the past, 10 years. And, as I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons for that is because most of the financing comes from venture-based investors who are looking for fairly high returns and quick returns. And so for the sector to mature, we need to expand the financing opportunities. Again, looking at how to de-risk these projects, how to make them more bankable. There was a topic brought up on insurance. Right now, large-scale forest restoration and conservation projects don't have access to fire insurance. This would be one mechanism that could help reduce overall risk. The other is on price stability, and so a carbon tax method, could be one avenue to ensure that projects have long-term price stability and buyers for these credits. And so once that takes place, we're going to see a lot more traditional commercial banks like Mandiri. We've got Standard Chartered, and I think that's going to open up this sector to small and medium enterprises within the forestry sector. And once that happens, I think we're going to see the Indonesian forestry estate be protected and restored at a much faster rate. But the model is there. There's 500,000 hectares in Indonesia that have been protected and restored and generating millions of carbon credits annually. So it's proven to the market that it works. And now we need to scale that up with the support of the wider financial community.
Okay, thank you very much. Marjun, I'm going to have to ask you this question after the panel. I think we'll run out of time. If we can quickly, I just had a personal interest in China's investing in a record-breaking way in renewables, but it's also really scaling up with coal plants. Can you explain, from looking from the outside, what's happening there?
Yeah, put it into historic perspective. When in our dealing with our air pollution, prior to that year, 2013, our coal consumption got tripled between 2000 to 2012, just that short period of time. But ever since then, it nearly got stabilized. So in some way, we have made some progress, made contribution to the fighting against climate change. Still, we're burning half the world's coal. Our emission is about 30% of the global total. So it's still way too high. And now, how do we, find ways to try to hasten the process? Originally, we thought we can depend on some transitional energy sources like natural gas or shale gas. But then the geopolitical tension, pandemic, and turbulent global energy market make everyone to prioritize energy security, food security, and the supply chain security. So all of a sudden, every one of the decision maker try to ensure the energy security by authorizing a whole series of coal power plants. Our idea, of course, is to try to see, with a vast development, 42% of solar PV in the first 7 months. With that level of development, our 2030 target will be achieved by 2025, no doubt about that. And EV. So with all of this, I hope that eventually all this new coal power plant could only serve as the backup. They will run on very low operating hours. Of course, it means our transitional cost will be very high. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Marjun. Thank you very much for that. Good to get a non-ASEAN perspective as well on this panel. Thank you very much, Alexandra, Natalia, Jeffrey, Dr. Marjun, and thank you very much to you for this very nice panel on green financing and carbon markets.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Nick Marsh, and also to our esteemed speakers that was discussing for this panel in green financing and carbon market. Once again, can we have an applause, please, for our moderator, Mr. Nick Marsh, and also our speakers for this panel discussion. And before we proceed to our next panel, we'd like to say and extend our sincere and thanks to each of our sponsors for their invaluable support. Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, InJourney, Area, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjaminan Simpanan, ROK Mission, US ASEAN Business Council, World Intellectual Property Organization, ADBI, Amazon, Bloomberg Nerd, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, Thales and Zoom, Batik Chic, to support our event of ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And once again, thank you to all sponsors for the unwavering support. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, before we proceed to our next panel, we kindly invite you to be seated as we would like to embark on our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished panelists, once again to our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving along to our third panel, in which this panel will discuss on accelerating the mobilization of the business sector through sustainable and innovative financing. We'd like to invite our moderator for this panel, the President of the British Chamber of Commerce of Indonesia, Bapak Rino Dono Seputro. Can we have an applause, please, for our moderator for this panel, ladies and gentlemen? We'd like to invite our distinguished speakers, Bapak Rida DM Wirakusuma, CEO of INA. We'd like to also kindly invite Ms. Alice Carr, Executive Director, Public Policy and JETP Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Mr. Justin Wu, Managing Director, Co-Head of Climate Change Asia Pacific of HSBC. Mr. Jiro Tominaga, Country Director, ADB Indonesia. And Ms. Nadaram Pachim Sawat, Executive Vice President of Bangkok Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have an applause for our speaker for this panel, Accelerating the Mobilization of the Business Sector Through Sustainable and Innovative Financing. Without further ado, we'll give the floor to our moderator, Bapak Rino Dono Seputro.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon. It's always a daunting task, right? We got the graveyard shift as the last panel of the whole entire ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum series of events the last 2 days, but we'll try to make this very interesting and very insightful for you still. Just a quick context. We're going to talk about sustainable and innovative financing, and I think at the heart of it, really, and you can see actually the distinguished speakers that we have over here, are really the subject matter experts. We know how important sustainability is for ASEAN. There's significant opportunities for investment, but the point is that there's a significant financial gap. On the climate alone, by 2030, ASEAN would need an estimated amount of about close to $10 trillion just to meet the trajectory, to meet the Paris Agreement. And that is something actually that it's very daunting actually. How do we bridge that capital? How do we create the right structure? Many of the projects may not necessarily be 100% commercially viable. So being very creative, innovative in the financing is the key. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So without further ado, just wanted actually to briefly introduce some of our esteemed speakers. We got Pak Rida on my next, Wirakusuma, I think actually no need for an introduction, Chairman of the Indonesian First Sovereign Wealth Fund, actually INA. Pak Rida is an experienced banker, whom I know personally as well, actually across many respects. He's a veteran and a senior in the banking industry as well before joining INA. And we got Alice Carr, fresh from London. Alice spent 20 years in the central bank, actually working on projects with Bank of England across the globe, and is the executive director of GFANZ. As you may have heard, GFANZ is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, actually, who's been a key sort of a contributor in the just energy transition partnership programs across the world. We got Justin Wu, the head of climate change for HSBC, joining HSBC from Bloomberg NEF. So obviously a subject matter expert on the climate and sustainability side. Pak Jiro Tominaga, who's very well known in Indonesia, the country director for ADB. Again, ADB plays a very critical part in accelerating that innovative financing across the sustainability part, not just on the climate, but also on the social element as well. And last but not least is Kun Nadawan. Kun Nadawan is the head of the corporate banking for Bangkok Bank. And you can see Bangkok Bank has been expanding significantly across the region. And we'll talk more on that actually. But I'll start actually with the first question, if I may, actually to Pak Jiro. So Pak Jiro, how do you see this prospect of sustainable and innovative financing in ASEAN and maybe actually Indo-Pacific at large, since we are in the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum? Why are these type of financing are important and critical for businesses to grow and generate positive impact, either for the climate or environment, as well as social?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question, first of all. And then I also want to thank the organizer for inviting me for this, to join this very distinguished panel. I think the question is quite sort of high level in a sense that it sort of put the kind of the stage for the discussion, I guess. So let me just try to approach it in a little bit from various ways. First, I think it is just apparent that the climate change and then also the social issue is really a big issue that we need to deal with. It is really the defining issues for us for our generation to solve. And then it is particularly important for the Asia-Pacific region because if you think about the greenhouse gas emission of the world, more than 50% is coming from the Asian-Pacific region. Now, that when we try to address this issue, of course, there's a lot of financing is needed, yeah? So I think we have all the numbers, different organizations making assessment with the different assumptions. For example, in our case, we did the study in 2017. For example, Asia-Pacific, developing Asia requires $26 trillion for the investment in infrastructure with the climate sort of incorporated from 2016 to 2030. So that would be about $1.7 trillion a year, yeah? And then also, but this is an estimate done 5 years ago, so the additional investment bring in to the table is probably not going to be enough at all. I mean, it's a very small part of it. So that means the private sector financing has to come in. Now, in this context, I'm very kind of encouraged in a sense that recently there's a huge interest from the private sector side, both on the business and financier side, about interest in investing and also channeling their money into the projects and activities that benefits the climate and social issues. I think the challenge for us here is basically how to create a system that channel this financing and resources into the sort of the project and activities that would bring benefit on the social and environmental and climate areas. I think we can do a lot of things. I think, of course, the policy and regulatory framework is very, very needed. And then also the capacity building for the institutions to come up with the project that is going to be sort of climate friendly, etc., is also important. Of course, the bankable project needs to be developed so that the financiers can have something to invest on. In that context, the innovative financing instruments, etc., is going to be one of the very important sort of aspects of it, so that to channel the money. And I think the crux of the matter seems to be that there is a growth sort of the paradigm that when you grow, GHG gas emission grows at the same time.
Yeah.
So we somehow need to sort of change that sort of correlation into we grow but reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And that decoupling is something that is very important, and we have to come up with a system in order for us to do that. And that basically what it means is that business can make basically profits out of doing business in the financial, in doing something good for the sustainability and reduction of greenhouse gas emission, and then also other social agenda that we have. So, so I think your question is basically why is it critical? I think it is very critical, so that the instrument, the innovative instrument, and the blended finance and all the things we're going to talk about is going to be critical. Just because in order for us to create a system that would pay for the businesses to come in and make investment.
Yeah, but can I have a quick follow-up question, actually, talking about the catalytic financing, particularly with the role that ADB played. To your point, why is it very critical? Do you have an example of a project in ASEAN that ADB actually has stepped in, for example, and make that a viable sort of project to go on?
Well, I mean, the catalytic financing sort of the mechanism that we have been trying to do. I think there's one sort of, you may have heard of the energy transition mechanism, which we started in terms of with the, the idea that didn't just come from ADB, actually it was been discussed in various areas. Basically to use the concessional financing in order for, to making the early retirement and or repurposing of coal-fired power plant bankable, in a sense that because of bringing in the concessionality and with the blended finance mechanism, that would make it the sponsors and owner to curtail, to shorten the PPA agreement and then reduce and stop the operation earlier than originally planned, but still keeping the net present value of the project intact. So that's something that we're trying to do, and we're working on the pilot transaction right now that would hopefully be able to demonstrate how this can be done and potentially be replicated by others.
Thank you, Pajero. Can I move to Alice? Alice, GFANS is a collective of these financial institutions, global financial institutions, with the focus of accelerating net zero. How do you see ASEAN? And again, actually, within the construct of that ASEAN sustainability, specifically this innovative financing or the financing structure, typically actually there's a lot of very difficult, quote unquote, actually projects that GFANS has been looking at, but it's actually very impactful to the environment in this case, actually. So how do you see the lay of the land, actually, and what's your perspective about ASEAN in that regard?
Thanks, Tony, and hopefully you can all hear me well. So GFANS convenes about 650 financial institutions in 50 countries that have each individually committed to net zero by 2050, which is quite a big commitment. It's very difficult to deliver on. And if you're one of those institutions and you're taking this commitment seriously, you are now looking around the globe for financing opportunities that are transition aligned. And from the perspective of the financial system, transition is about the whole economy. So it's not just green and the most obvious kind of climate friendly solutions, although those are important. But really to deliver on this commitment, you have to kind of go where the emissions are and try and help corporates to manage them down. So for this region, there's lots of opportunity to attract finance to help solve for hard to abate sectors, to help manage high carbon activities down, and also to finance innovation and solutions that will help support transition and build the businesses of the future. And so what I have observed is that where financial institutions have made these commitments and have started to implement them, and they do that in a number of different ways, by engaging more actively with their clients on transition, by coming up with new products, by setting new KPIs for their senior teams, et cetera, that they are spending a lot more time helping clients and sectors to transition. So I think that offers an opportunity for the region. And I think it means that you can get your, and I hope they don't mind me saying this, but you can get your financial institutions to do some of your work for you to help you get these emissions down. Now, to be clear, it does require quite a bit of innovation, and some of that innovation has started in this region.
It requires us to have new definitions of transition finance. It requires us to be better at measuring progress against the targets we're setting. So we need to be able to look at the financing provided and try and attribute decarbonisation in the real economy to that finance. And this requires innovation in frameworks and approaches and metrics. Of course, ASEAN has made a big step by adapting the taxonomy approach that we've seen globally to try and capture a wider set of activities. But collectively, we still have a lot to do to be able to measure progress on decarbonisation and show that the finance that's being provided to high carbon sectors is making a difference and is moving the dial.
Thanks, Alice. This whole sectoral perspective, I think actually that's something actually that is a good segue. Actually, Rita, if I can turn to you. You know that INA, Indonesian Sovereign Wealth Fund, has a significant focus and also a significant key contributor in promoting sustainability and decarbonization in Indonesia and across the region as well. So can you share with us some specific strategies or criteria that you have in your decision-making process and making investment decisions, including green investments? And is there any specific type of project or sector that are more interesting for you to invest in? What are the potential opportunities across the mainstreaming of this sustainable, it's probably more innovative sort of financing in your view, not just Indonesia, but across ASEAN?
Oh, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay. It's always extremely hard to listen while you are waiting to go after the whole full day. INA is Indonesia's first and only sovereign wealth fund, established about 2 years ago. We have a mandate to help Indonesia develop sustainably and at the same time making risk-adjusted returns. Right. The way we want to achieve both objectives is to put our money to work, but also at the same time bring other co-investors from everywhere to co-invest with us. Now, we have no limitation to invest, whether it is in Indonesia or in the UK or ASEAN or elsewhere. Of course, we will pay attention to those that actually could bring us the impact both to Indonesia as well as on the risk-adjusted returns. We determined that there are 4 different industry verticals that we are focusing on. One is infrastructure, second is healthcare, third is digital, and fourth is energy transition, which is kind of unique because we find that focusing on energy transition and renewables can also make good business sense. So our filter may be different than different investors, but for us, as we focus specifically on green investing, we have done a number of things since we established. We invested in the largest geothermal company in Asia, actually, alongside with one of the biggest renewable companies in the world, partly because Indonesia is blessed with a lot of volcanoes. Yeah. And so, you know, aside from the fact that it shakes us a lot, but it also gives us a huge amount of energy from the earth. We also have now signed $1 billion, actually $2 billion electric vehicle fund, and that actually is going to invest in the whole value chain of EV. Number 3, we have announced an energy transition mechanism platform alongside with ADB to try to take out a lot of carbon-powered IPP, because yet again, Indonesia is extremely blessed with a lot of coal. So in so doing, we're trying to make sure that what we invest in really makes a difference through quite a number of innovative financings. We use blended financing, we source the concession financing as well as concession investors. We are partnering with the best in class globally to make sure that whatever we invest brings good things to life, so to speak.
Yeah.
We haven't looked into ASEAN yet, other than Indonesia, because the need in Indonesia is still a lot, and at the same time we just knew. But I want to put a note that you cannot paint with one brush about ASEAN. You know, an 82,000 income per capita of Singapore is 88 times what Myanmar is at 1,000, or 17 times what Indonesia is making an income per capita. The need in Singapore is different than the need in Malaysia or Thailand or Indonesia. In Indonesia, we still talk a lot about the basic infrastructure need, the transition from coal into renewable energy.
Yes.
So you got to take into different type of considerations. One thing I can tell you though, most of us drive cars. EV is probably going to be one industry that we can actually cut across all ASEAN. Thailand, for example, is big in automotive. Indonesia is blessed again with a lot of rare earth and natural resources, from nickel to cobalt to bauxite and stuff like that. 770 million market in ASEAN is a great market for electric vehicle. So that's something that I think I'm looking forward to work with the neighboring ASEAN countries to develop the EV, which will help hopefully everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Padilla. I can't agree more with you actually that ASEAN consists of very different countries and so on. And I'm sure actually the so-called just energy transition means that it's horses for courses. Is every country actually would have a different sort of states of energy mix, composition, as well as the boundary differences, if you will. By the way, just one follow-up quick question. You talked about balancing between impact, while at the same time returns. How do you do that?
For us, it's an and, not an or. For one thing, if somebody says, could you build the road to nowhere? Or, meaning, build something for the developmental aspect, but the return is not there, we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
But if there is a project that has a 50% IRR and has no development impact, we will not do that even. If you look at every single deals we have done, and we have done over $3.2 billion since we established, every single deal we did have those two components. It has an impact to the development. It also satisfies the economic return criteria.
Thank you, Parida. I think that's very insightful. Let us now turn to the banks, the commercial banks. Actually, we got Justin. Can I turn to you? Now, a lot of similar follow-up questions actually to what Parida has said, but perhaps actually more importantly, slightly introducing a different aspect here. Measuring the impact we talked about and success of green financing could be quite complex. Now, what are the key performance indicators or the KPIs that HSBC utilizes to assess the effectiveness of your green financing initiatives, both in terms of environmental impact and the financial returns? Again, so this is the second part of it, actually, where how do you balance between returns and impact?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I think I'll probably echo many of the comments that my fellow panelists have mentioned already, but essentially when we set out our ambition to sort of become a net zero bank, but also to lead and finance a net zero transition in the world, and back in October 2020, we were one of the first international banks to do that, and I think it's especially significant not because that we have a footprint around the world, but we have a very large footprint, particularly in this part of the world, in Asia, and based on our heritage, but also our growth and our opportunity, a lot of it is in this part of the world, and I think it's important to understand that point and for us to actually reflect on what that means, right? I think this is something that has come out, I think, throughout the day at this Indo-Pacific Forum, and I think throughout this week. But ASEAN is about growth. It's about opportunity. It needs to grow. but it also needs to grow sustainably. And that's not only important because of mitigating climate change, of course, but also is to position itself to be successful in a future net zero economy, right? So obviously, if today the economy is exporting primarily fossil fuels, as a big part of what it's doing, but in the future, if most of your customers become net zero or seek to achieve those goals, then it's probably better to reposition your economy towards the products and goods that are necessary to enable that to happen. I think that's a point that has been sort of explained and sort of said probably throughout the day. But I think it's really, the reason I repeat that is because I think it kind of reflects back to us as a commercial bank. What kind of role do we want to play in enabling this to happen? Because this is an economy-wide transition. Banks don't control the economy, but we have an important role to play in this, right? So what that means is actually, I think it's come through in sort of three different ways for us, if you will. First is, obviously, probably the more obvious one is sustainable finance, right? Which is, I think, the main topic of this panel. So how do we ensure that the labeled products that are produced out there actually, we create a market for it, we create a demand for it, we make sure that it has the right sort of KPIs and everything around it. It's very important. This, of course, is, I think, around, it goes beyond this. And what that is sort of, I think, understanding the technologies and the opportunities that are needed for decarbonization. So often, I think the labeled world covers, sustainable finance. There's numbers around that. It only covers a portion of actually what companies are really doing. I think a lot of financing, a lot of activities, investment takes place without actually calling it specifically or labeling it green, for instance. And I think we need to understand what those technologies are, right? Investments in renewable energy, electric vehicles, copper for grids, which are a critical enabling technology, those sort of things. We need to find the appetite for them. And we need to make sure that we actually support these companies to be successful in the future. So this is another area, I think it's sort of the broader economy area. And the third and the other part, I think that we'll touch upon this on this panel is around partnerships, right? So as I said, as much as we like to say that we have an important role to play, we're only one piece of the puzzle or one piece of the solution towards help enabling a net zero economy. So that means that we need to form partnerships with multilaterals, with investors, with other banks, through various platforms. We've looked at a number of blended finance platforms, whether, Pentagreen is one that we've launched in partnership with Temasek in Singapore, as well as the Asia Development Bank. We looked at we're a participant in the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, which again is a blended finance partnership, which sort of seeks to help accelerate and enable a just transition. And I think, I say the just part by meaning that actually, it is meant to also help in an economy prepare itself in a net zero world. So I think these partnerships are also very, very important. And I know the question was about KPIs, but really I think if you add all these things together, and if we are making progress on them, then we can say, okay, we are making progress, right? This is one way to measure, how to go forward.
I can't agree more with you on the collaboration point. And of course, we'll talk more about the Just Energy Transition Partnership, because that's probably one of the most sort of complex, but again, actually it's the umbrella for that blended finance for us. But before that, let's move on. We keep talking about that environmental impact. We should talk about sustainability. It's wider than that, on the social part of things as well. Kunadawan, as representing the only indigenous ASEAN bank, that Bangkok Bank actually, you're expanding rapidly across the region as well. And of course, you're one of the largest banks in Thailand. Can you share with us, in terms of role that Bangkok Bank has played in helping the micro and SME segments? Typically, in any country, they face barriers in accessing capital. How do you tailor your financial solutions and mechanisms to support the growth and address the unique challenges actually faced by this particular segment? And if you have any examples, that would be fantastic.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Sorry. Yes, thank you very much for having Bangkok Bank at this panel. So as a regional operator, Bangkok Bank operate in 14 economies. and 12 of which is Asia/ASEAN. And a very famous question is that how do SME face the challenge, and how do banks, typically helping them to access capital? First of all, Thailand, which is our home-based country, we have no issues about liquidity. We have massive liquidity, and most of which large local corporate have strong access to liquidity, whether it's loan or bonds. So it's over bank, basically, right? However, when it comes to smaller or retail or even SME lending, it's more of an issue on the credit rather than accessing for the sake of accessing. So I think database has become one of the important element which will assist any lenders going forward to being able to making a more speedy decision making and be more comfortable in lending to those SME. Now, as a bank, other than being just a lender, we also acted as we can be a guarantor. We can also act as an underwriter. We can also act as actually providing education to the SME, which if you look at carefully, these SME, they also need to transform themselves and catching the wave that is coming in the near future, that everyone have to be compliant to ESG. And therefore, educating them, helping them to transform, whether it's directly, helping them directly or indirectly by, say, helping the large corporate. And then the large corporate then be able to extend more help and support to them is another fold. And also accessing to technology is another challenge. So in terms of tailoring the product which we have, for instance, in Thailand, we have green loans, which we develop a product program which will help these SME to able to accessing the cheap funding, say, 2%
so this
loans.
is sustainable loans for SMEs.
Yes, for SME, particularly focusing on the smaller SME, not for large corporate. But okay, we do not prejudice against large corporate, but large corporate normally have their own internal cash flow enough to sort of like upgrade to the renewable energy. But for SME, if they wish to upgrade, say, some project renewable related to green or to save energy, to actually transform into a new technology, we do have that special loan, which is a very attractive low rate, and the process would be very speedy. However, having said that, even though we do have, but if you look at the amount, the growth rate from 21 to 22 grow by 600% or 6 times, but the base is very, very tiny.
Sure.
Very, very small. Vis-a-vis the loan itself, the bank has been granting renewable loan maybe like 4 or 5 billion, which is not specified, not call it, not name it, just like what you said. We haven't named it, but we've been lending to this project as well. So this type of product, we originated and we developed product program. Aside from that, we also work with the Thai Guarantee Credit Corporation to also develop another product program for these SME to be able to access to liquidity or rehabilitation on their business post-COVID. And on another side, from the capital market, we also indirectly, for instance, help the underwrite the Ministry of Finance, which is the sustainable bond. And the use of proceeds was to help the rehabilitation of these SMEs or smaller, less fortunate companies or families to access to this funding.
Thank you, Kunarawan. Can I just have a follow-up question? Interesting program that you have with Bangkok Bank, because it's actually a loan for SMEs. Low interest rates, you mentioned. How do you do the risking? Since our session talks about innovative financing, maybe this is something you can share with the audience, with every one of us as well, actually. How do you keep the rates low? How do you do the risking mechanism for that? I understand you may be working with other institutions like the Thai, development guarantee sort of companies, but how exactly are you doing that?
It's actually partly governmental support, but please understand that the denominator is very small, right? I mean, the size is like maybe limited to 2 million baht, in terms of the maximum and minimum.
True, but one
it's
I
not,
think that the risk is also
we're
high.
We're not talking about huge, large size and all that. And that's why I said the opportunity to work again, maybe as a structurer to continue to develop this type of example would then encourage everyone in the country and the region to follow this type of financing, but again, with the support of the regulator.
Thank you, Khun Nadawan. Now, let's move on to this. We talked about, the types of blended finance, those types of things actually that are already happening in ASEAN. Can I go back to Pak Jiro? So, how do we ensure that ASEAN and the generally Indo-Pacific region attract the needed investment in energy transition? And what types of financing should the region be looking to attract? And can I attach JETP here? Because it's one of the great examples of that endeavor to come up actually with umbrella blended financing covering almost everybody, philanthropy, the concessional loan providers and the commercial bank sector. But what do you think about this? How do you see the importance and the progress?
Thank you very much for a very, I think, important question, and that's sort of the policy and then practical sort of challenges that many of us are actually trying to. Of course, there are different things and many things have to happen probably at the same time. Policy and regulatory framework is also going to be important. One of the very interesting attempts that Indonesia is also leading is on the taxonomy issue, the transition finance taxonomy. That would hopefully and then incentivize more sort of private sector financing to come in for the transition part of it, not the clear green sort of renewable energy part, but something that innovative one. For example, what we're trying to do in energy transition mechanism is about the early retirement or repurposing of coal-fired power plants. That investment in this coal-fired power plant with traditional sort of taxonomy, it could be considered as financing for the coal and fossil fuel, which for some banks it is not something that they would be enticed to do, right? So by changing the taxonomy, if they would allow that to be part of considered as sort of a green project, then we would be able to bring in more financing into that part of thing. The other things also, I mean, for us is important is that I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's about the demonstration part of it. And then that's exactly what we are trying to do with the transaction that we are pursuing right now for early coal retirement in the power plant called Cirebon in West Java, 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant. I think the challenge is that it is, because it is innovative in a sense, it is new. So and then, I mean, all the challenges that we need to go through to start something new is there. I mean, it's about the financial, it is about the environment and social due diligence, it is about regulatory sort of issues and government processes, etc. But I think in a way that organization like us, the Asian Development Bank, is really sort of well situated to do that kind of initial pilot project so that we can show that this kind of structure could work, and then also give some lessons that can be replicated later. Of course, this whatever the structure that is going to come up through this effort is not going to be the sort of the rules that everybody should follow, because the transaction by transaction, they all have the unique sort of the features of it, so that the structuring will be different by transaction. But anyway, at least it could hopefully show that this kind of, using the blended finance, try to reduce the sort of the operating period of coal-fired power plants, so the reduced period, the greenhouse gas emission will be reduced using the blended finance, and and that could be possible if we can show that and demonstrate that. I think that would be sort of de-risking sort of the impact it might have for others to come in.
I must say it's highly commendable what the ADB has embarked upon on this early retirement of coal-fired power plants, because we know across emerging markets, particularly in Indonesia, that is so critical and probably one of the most difficult tasks to undertake. I can tell you, it's definitely a lot easier than financing a renewable energy project. But that is so critical in order to help any country, emerging markets, which is dependent on coal-fired power plant, to accelerate the net zero. So that's really great. And I know ADB is working very closely with INA on that early retirement of the Cirebon example that you mentioned. So I wanted to invite Pak Rida, do you want to share a few perspectives actually on that? I mean, that's a pioneering work. It's work in progress, we know. But it's probably going to be, as and when actually you solve that one, actually that's going to be one of the crown jewel of innovative financing ever, at least actually for now.
Yeah, thank you. For those of you here in the audience, there are about maybe up close to 80 gigawatt of energy installed power in Indonesia. About over 67% are actually coal powered. Partly because coal is the cheapest source of energy. Now, to retire coal, it's not easy because the renewable energy cost is not that cheap.
Yeah.
So what we have done with ADB is to try to find the coal-powered IPP owners that are willing to sell their IPP to us and our consortium, funded by ADB. And because we have a superior cost of capital, we have some profits or arbitrage, and that profit is being used to shorten the life of that IPP. And in so doing, it will make the coal power plant retire early so that we can replace them with renewable energy.
Right.
That in a nutshell is what we're trying to do with ADB. We have been working with the sponsor and our co-investors. We are hoping to sign the CSPA subject to the acceptance of PLN, which is the state-owned electric company, in terms of the PPA, hopefully before the end of this year. Now imagine if that happens, that sort of blended financing type could become the blueprint of retiring coals, economically speaking, without asking for government support or discount from any type of owners. But it's not easy. It's very, very hard. And it's something that we're working extremely hard together to do.
Yeah. And I think all eyes are on Indonesia, and specifically that INA and ADB partnership in paving the way for that pilot. And we wish you all the very best. But can I turn to Alice? I think the very reason you're here in Jakarta this time around is for this conference, as well as actually for the continuation of the JETP. So where are we now? How do you see that actually for Indonesia and Vietnam?
Thanks very much, Donnie. So I think the JETPs are starting to have the desired effect, which is by bringing together government with high ambition to transition, alongside donors, alongside MDBs, DFIs, and private finance. You can take a systems-based approach to energy transition and think hard about where to direct the public capital, where to get the private capital in. And then that supports some of these new structures we're talking about. So as mentioned already by some on the panel, it's of course easier for everyone to sort of gravitate to the renewables end of the spectrum and finance those, but we can't get to net zero in Indonesia or Vietnam or wherever that way. So we have to take more of a systems-based approach, and I think the benefits of the JETP have been that we work to improve the kind of investment appetite and the project pipeline, and it takes time, of course, we're not there yet, but we're moving in the right direction to build up the sort of renewables project pipeline and ideally get those, commercially financed. But then we direct the public money in a very smart way to where we need it to bring the cost of capital down. One example was mentioned there of managed phase out, which of course is going to need public capital to make the economics add up. But we can also bring in private finance, and that's the shared intention, I think, to help stretch the public finance further. And that's pretty new as well for private finance. So, we're all doing something new in this space to try and help solve for early phase out. And also grid. So we know that in Indonesia, we'll really need to invest in grid, particularly in regions, and the cost of that is going to be kind of compressed over a relatively short time frame. So I think we're also going to need to look at some new kind of financing structures there that help bring, again, public and private finance together and try and scale those projects. All of this, both the phase out and the grid investment, will make more space for renewables, which is obviously important for getting emissions down.
Thanks, Alice. We've got a few minutes left, but Justin, any further, as the bank actually that is an active part of GFANS, across all of this, whether it's JETP, whether it's other sort of innovative financing, if you will. I mean, you have any further comments to add on that?
I mean, absolutely, right? I think just to echo, I think maybe sometimes innovation is a term for difficult or challenging, right? I think the first one is always difficult, and of course, I can say from private finance perspective, we're very interested, more than interested actually, to participate in both of these platforms, such as JETPs, and sort of as you say, Alice, how do we leverage public finance to actually unlock more private finance, right? How do we sort of show the way that such a transaction, such as a coal phase out, a managed coal phase out, I should say, can happen, and it can happen economically viable. And I think the reason of picking Indonesia is not to sort of just pick on Indonesia, but I think it's a very, it has a number of interesting factors that come together. One of which actually is that renewable energy is probably more challenging to build in Indonesia for a variety of reasons. Than in other parts of the world, where actually costs have come down, and it's sort of not considered a risky type of investment. But here it is still a bit more challenging. So if we can find a way to sort of pave the way for a managed coal phase out, and also to scale up renewable energy, and also enabling technologies such as grid, we can do it here in Indonesia. Then I think this model, one is that we can unlock more here, and then we can sort of see how we can apply this model in other parts of the world, particularly other emerging markets as well. So yeah, I think it's just a wholeheartedly yes, that we have appetite to do a lot more of this, and I think I think this panel is an embodiment of the partnership that's needed to get this done.
Exactly right. And I know we're out of time, but last question, Kun Narawan. How would you advise businesses who are here in the audience in order to attract more capital that is needed for them? I mean, any tips, tricks? I mean, as Bangkok Bank, actually, you deal with MSMEs, of course, the large corporates. So any quick one, actually. Tips for the companies here to ensure that they can attract the right capital while making positive impact to the environment.
Yes, thank you for the last question. I think the key success to what we've seen in the Thai, for instance, the Thai capital market has been developed very positively in terms of the ESG financing in the past, only over the past few years, and whereby you see that the local banks, not only the Bangkok Bank, but generally local bank has become the successful intermediary bridging between the investors and those who are the borrower. And we played a significant role in educating issuer as well as investors, all the way from institutional investors all the way down to retail investors, because the most recent sustainable bond that has been issuing in Thailand, although the size is like quite small for last year, has been about I would say about 5 billion US dollar equivalent, half of which was issued by the Ministry of Finance, which I mentioned to fund the post-COVID rehabilitation. Another half was only issued by 5 companies, but all of those 5 companies varied from transportation, petchem, agriculture, auto, EV, you name it, right? So the successful story is that we can link between institutional investors / retail investor all the way up to the borrower. And therefore, this has been quite a success story in Thailand, and I think this may be a more meaningful and useful for other countries in ASEAN to follow the footsteps in developing this model.
Thank you. Good, another one. And with that, actually, we have to wrap up. Thank you to all the distinguished panelists and speakers actually here, and to all of you for attending this. And we hope you got the insights, and thank you. We'll talk again. Thank you.
Once again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause, please, for Mr. Rino Donasaputro as the President of the British Chamber of Commerce of Indonesia, moderating for the 3rd panel discussion on the second half of the day right here on the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum. And the discussion was on accelerating the mobilization of the business sector through sustainable and innovative financing. And also thank you to our distinguished speakers. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more agenda before we conclude the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum. And just as a wrap-up and also as to refresh ourselves, the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific is a flagship event organized by Indonesia as a part of its ASEAN chairmanship in 2023. The ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum aims to unlock further opportunities and build stronger connectivity between ASEAN countries and the Indo-Pacific. It will serve as an inclusive platform for ASEAN member states and partners, mainly from the public and private sectors, to engage in constructive discussion, identify potential tangible projects, and promote collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. We'd like to also mention the forum had invited 88 speakers and gathered around 2,500 participants from 51 countries. And we hope the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum that had commenced for the past 2 days in Jakarta, Indonesia, will elaborative discussions bring forth impact and engage new prospects, both for the public and private sector, and fostering solutions and action for the greater good of the people and the environment of this region. Once again, to our excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more agenda before we conclude the forum. And once again, we thank you very much to all our excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence, for your time and attendance, and for all your support for the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum for the past 2 days. And again, we kindly invite excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to please take your seat, as momentarily we will have the closing statement which conclude the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum in Jakarta, Indonesia in the year 2023. And excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of minutes, will be among us the Coordinating Minister for the Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia that will deliver the closing statement to conclude the ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum in Jakarta, Indonesia in the year 2023. We'd like to once again thank you to all excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation, and we hope of all the panel discussion that was bring forth all the discussions that we have heard for the past 2 days will give an impact and also action both from the people, from the public sector and private sectors, and bringing solutions and giving an impact back to the community. And the only way that we can have this impactful action is when we're doing it together, because we're together and we'll be stronger when we are together. Once again, we'd like to extend our sincere thank you to our sponsors for their invaluable support. Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Pertamina, PT PLN Persero, Bank Negara Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Mind ID, Telkom Indonesia, InJourney, Area, British Chamber of Commerce Indonesia, Google, Indonesian Business Council, PT Sun Cable Indonesia, Standard Chartered, ASEAN Food and Beverages Alliance, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Canada ASEAN Business Council, European Union Delegation to ASEAN, Google Arts and Culture, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, and also ROK Mission, US ASEAN Business Council, World Intellectual Property Organization, ADB, Amazon, Bloomberg Nerve, Booking.com, Coca, Netflix, Thales, and Zoom, Batik Chic. Thank you for your kind support for ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Once again, thank you to all sponsors for their unwavering support. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly ask for your patience and understanding as we are now waiting for the last agenda that will conclude the Forum of ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan has arrived. To conclude the forum, we'd like to kindly invite Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin my remark this evening. Topic of ASEAN-Indo-Pacific Forum, implementation of the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So, if you look at my first slide, ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific region remains an important engine of economic growth in the world. If you look at this data, look at this Indo-Pacific area, see the size of this, I think like 57% of the world's population, and almost 60% of the world population here. So this is, I think, quite big size. And around 60% of the world GDP located in a very strategic part of the world in this area. But if you look at also the position of Indonesia, that's very, very important. But some, the developed country maybe not very aware about the Indonesia because Indonesia sometimes too nice. ASEAN is economically resilient with a projected 4.6% growth into 2023 and around 4.9% in 2024. The fifth largest economy in the world with a combined GDP of approximately of around 3.7 trillion rupiah, US. And I believe if what happened in Indonesia, we maintain like this, I believe our GDP, today Indonesian GDP like 1.45 trillion US dollars. And I believe by 2030, we may go to like 2.5 trillion US dollars.
Proaktif dan responsif, BNI terus konsisten untuk mendorong UMKM kita naik kelas.
BNI berkomitmen dalam program-program pemberdayaan UMKM